first three-game weekend series in the American League Central. It's the Kansas City Royals and the Detroit Tigers. Miguel Cabrera on the disabled list for a good chunk of this season, but back healthy and leading the American League in hitting. Meanwhile, on the other side, a team built around pitching, built around defense, and you're looking at one of the cornerstones right there, Eric Hosmer, a couple of Gold Gloves, as the Royals trying to bounce back from a tough walk-off loss last night to the hands of the Detroit Tigers. Good evening and welcome inside Comerica Park. Aaron Goldsmith alongside Tom Verducci. And Tom, what a difference a year can make. This time last year, the Royals were hoping for the wild card. This year, their magic number is 5 to win their first ever Central title. Meanwhile, you always think the Central runs through Detroit, and they are in full rebuild mode this year.
They are, but when you look at the standings, they tell a different story because right now the hot team is the Tigers. They've won 3 in a row, trying for their first 4-game winning streak since April. And the Royals, it's their pitching staff that's leaking oil in September. Whenever these two teams meet, you always talk about the first baseman. We've seen them both already. Eric Hosmer for the Royals and Miguel Cabrera for the Tigers. Well, if you've seen their home run power, please pick up a white courtesy phone because neither one has hit a home run in September. But last night you saw both are very dangerous. It was Cabrera breaking an 0 for 20 slump with a ringing double. And this is a guy in line for his 4th batting title in the last 5 years. The best pure hitter in all of baseball is Miguel Cabrera. On the other side, Hosmer also with a power slump, but last night, an incredible at-bat down to the last strike, an 0-2 count against Verlander, gets on base for Sal Perez, who ties the game with a home run. Now, the Tigers went on to win this game, but this is a game today where the Royals will need offense. Why? Because Ned Yost, the Royals manager, does not have access to his top 4 relief pitchers because they've been used so much. He needs to rely on offense today. That's a big story for the Royals. Ned Yost, you see there, the all-time winningest manager in Royals history. And there's some changes in the lineup today. Omar Infante sidelined with a left oblique. We wonder how long the Royals will be without Infante. So it is Zobrist batting second and manning second base. Johnny Gomes in his first game with the Royals since September 7th in there because Boyd, the lefty, Gomes not a whole lot of playing time. The Royals have seen a lot of righties, and then Christian Colon batting ninth. Alcides Escobar had to leave last night's game, hit in the elbow. We take a look at the Central standings. You can see Kansas City, the biggest cushion of any first-place team in baseball at 11 games over the Minnesota Twins. The Twins losing the first part of a doubleheader today at home to the Angels in 12 innings. Nothing like a 12-inning game 1 of a twin bill. So the magic number for the Royals now down to 5 as Tom, we take a look at Matt Boyd making only his 10th start of the season. Yeah, strangely enough, the 4th one now against the Kansas City Royals. So they have the book on Matt Boyd. He's a guy, his best pitch is the changeup. Everything works off the fastball, but watching this game, the key for him is going to be throwing the changeup and the slider when he's behind on the count. That's something he's not been able to do early in his career here, these first 9 starts. He needs to really show a different look to the Royals when he's behind on counts. We'll take a look now at the Tigers' defense as Alex Avila does the catching in this game tonight for the Tigers. Cabrera at first base. Castellanos back in the lineup for the first time in a little while, had a groin issue. And then Machado, the shortstop. Remember, Iglesias has been out since the early days of this month with a broken finger, and Kinsler up the middle. Then Ghost can track just about anything down. A lot of speed in center field for the Detroit Tigers. Well, the lights are on, and that's a good start compared to what we saw last night, Tom. That's a better start than last night. Very strange last night. About a 25-minute delay with a bank of lights in right field. That took a while to warm up. Alex Gordon will begin things for Kansas City. And the rookie left-hander Boyd's first pitch. And it's across home plate for a strike, and we're underway here tonight in Game 2. The Royals and the Tigers here from Comerica Park. Gordon missing a lot of time this year, about 50 games with that groin strain, which he suffered playing the field. And he is now moved back to the top of the order for Ned Yost. He's one of the few patient hitters in this Royals lineup, an extremely aggressive hitting team. Ball and 2 strikes to Gordon. And you think about the fewest strikeouts in baseball, and by a lot, for the Royals this year. 4th most walks in the major leagues, and this is a team that is aggressive, but it seems like they're aggressive within the strike zone, and that's a difference. Yeah, they are, especially fastballs early in the count. Love to go up there hunting fastballs early.
Does not go. 2-2. You can see the walk and strikeout numbers for the Royals and how they rank in the majors. Zobrist on deck. And right away, out number one is Gordon down swinging. So nice start for Boyd.
Yeah, you can see he does a really good job, Boyd, of hiding the baseball. He throws that glove high in the air. And this is the two-seam fastball here inside to Gordon. It's tough, especially for left-handed hitters, to pick up the release point here. He'll throw that glove at you, almost like James Paxton, the Mariners, Scott Kazmir, the Astros. Not extreme velocity, but enough deception.
In steps Zobrist. And how big has Ben Zobrist been for the Royals, especially when you consider the amount of time that Alex Gordon missed because of the groin injury mentioned. Zobrist has been able to play in left field and now able to play at second base, as we all know he's done for so many years because of the injury now to Omar Infante.
Well, you think about general managers, and they all have their shopping list at the end of July, right? For Dayton Moore, it was improve the offense at second base and find someone to pitch at the front of this rotation. Check and check with Zobrist and Johnny Cueto.
Machado to his side, the spin, and it's in time. Machado, the game-winning walk-off hit last night for the Tigers. That has helped to earn him the start in this one tonight.
He's showing off the range right here. I was talking to Omar Vizquel. Very few played the position better, and he talked about the range and his read off the bat of young Machado. First step quickness makes that play possible. And watch how quickly he gets to his feet. The dive and popping up very quickly. And the strong throw just to get Zobrist.
2 outs, and it brings in Lorenzo Cain, an all-star this year for the first time. Cain has missed some time recently because of an ankle injury he suffered trying to get back to the bag on a pickoff move. Last played on a Wednesday when he went 0 for 4. And for Cain, this has been the first time that he's had back-to-back days off since the start of the second half. One and two.
That's another good look at that fastball there. The four-seamer, well located, but again, a kind of a funky swing even from the right side from Cain. Again, this is a lineup that has seen Matt Boyd.
Avila doing the catching tonight.
Wants the fastball in. This is a point normally you would see Boyd go to the changeup. It really is his best pitch. He'll throw it to righties, he'll throw it to lefties. And here it comes.
And he gets some indecision there from Cain, and with that, Boyd a 1-2-3. Top of the first with a couple of strikeouts. We're 1/2 inning into things. The Tigers coming up. as the Tigers skipper, and plenty of talk here in Motown as to what exactly the future might hold for Brad Ausmus and what has been a surprising season for the Tigers. Edison Volquez, the veteran right-hander's first pitch to Ghost. Ghost reaching in what has been a career best 14 consecutive games. He's reached base in 20 of his last 21. Ian Kinsler batting right behind him, red hot. Cabrera batting out of an 0 for 20 slide last night with a double. And Castellanos back in the lineup, his first start since Tuesday. Came off the bench last night, though.
You see 6 right-handers in the lineup. That's because of that pitch Volquez just threw right there. That changeup actually has reverse splits. Right-handers hit him better than the left-handers. That's how good that changeup is against lefties.
Now the Royals losing James Shields to free agency to San Diego, acquiring Edison Volquez as a free agent. And maybe the thought in Kansas City, Tom, was that Volquez was not quite as splashy as the Will Myers James Shields trade, but really you look at the numbers and Volquez has been fantastic for the Royals this year.
Well, especially for a guy a couple of years ago got released by the San Diego Padres. And if you're a veteran pitcher, you need to rework your delivery, your mechanics. Where do you go? You go to Pittsburgh. They turn everybody around there under Ray Steerage. He did that last year.
Full count.
Volquez likes to work the knees and below. That fastball, pretty much all two-seamers. Very rarely you see a four-seamer. The change once in a while, mixing the curveball in there as well. But knees and below, two-seamers and changeups.
And he gets Ghost swinging. Out number 1. Now this Royals team, we all know by now it has been built around the pitching and the defense. A lot of Gold Gloves. Perez behind home. He has 2. Hosmer at first base. He has a pair of Gold Gloves. And then Alex Gordon in left field. 4 Gold Gloves, including the Platinum Glove last year, to the game's best overall defender. A little bit of a different look up the middle, which we touched on back in the first. Omar Infante, left oblique. He is out, so Zobrist's getting the start at second base. Christian Colon the start at shortstop with Alcides Escobar having to leave midway through last night's game, hit by a pitch on the elbow. 1 out for Ian Kinsler, the number 2 hitting second baseman for the Tigers. Kinsler last year really suffered from a poor second half, but nothing could be further from the truth. This season, since the All-Star break, Kinsler 4th in the league, batting .348.
Oh, the difference for me is he's rediscovered right field. You know, it's a fair ball if you hit it between the lines on the right side, and he's had really a career amount of hits to right field this year. A couple of more last night. An extreme back foot hitter who really loves to pull the ball. That was his MO in Arlington and Texas, where the ball jumps to the gaps. But in this bigger ballpark, much better hitter using the entire field.
So many years in Arlington for Kinsler. Coming over to Detroit, that 1-for-1 deal with Prince Fielder. And you can see solid numbers against Kansas City. Volquez behind in the count. And ball 4 to Kinsler, a 1-out walk. And Tom, how about a look at your Lincoln keys to the game for this one tonight?
Well, you know, it's actually the 35th anniversary of the Tigers retiring number 6 of the great Al Kaline. So in honor of Al Kaline at number 6, our keys to the game for the Royals, they're 68-6 when leading after 6. Of course, that's because of that great bullpen. And for the Tigers, they're 6 games over 500 in 1-run games. They've been blown out more than anybody else in the American League, but they're okay playing close games, as they showed last night.
Kaline, the Hall of Famer, youngest ever to win a batting title, and a heck of a right fielder too. 1 out, 1 on for Cabrera. Last night Cabrera snapping an 0 for 20 slide. Still leading the American League, batting .337, but has not hit well overall lately.
almost a no doubles defense that you typically see late in 8th and 9th innings. Cabrera's not going to get too many leg doubles, so defend most of the outfield depth.
You can see here the American League hitting leaders. Cabrera at the top, Xander Bogaerts, the young shortstop for the Red Sox, behind him. And it's too bad when you look at the two best hitters, at least in terms of average this year, they are both on last place teams. Red Sox and the Tigers. Raked out to Colon. Zobrist down to first base, and Hosmer will clean it up for the double play to end the first inning. We are on to the second here on a beautiful night from Detroit. Off to the top of the second here at Comerica Park in Detroit as Eric Hosmer will lead things off for the Royals. Facing the lefty Matt Boyd, 24 years old, out of the Seattle area in Bellevue, Washington. Now when you talk to Dale Swaim, the hitting coach for the Kansas City Royals, he will tell you that the man with the most raw power on this Royals team is the man at the plate right now, Hosmer, especially when you consider what he can do to the opposite field. Easy play out to Ghost. 1 out. Let's check in with Ryan with the game break. Ryan. All right, Ryan, thank you. Boy, Tom, the sky has been falling in recent days in St. Louis, hasn't it? But maybe that'll bring some sunshine out there in the Show Me State.
Yeah, I don't know about that. The Cubs are making them sweat in terms of their playoff position.
Morales, some carry to right. Martinez running out of room, and it's just over the wall. What a year it has been for Kendrys Morales. Home run number 18. What a run producer he has been for the Royals. Kansas City, the early 1-0 lead.
And what a matchup it has been. Morales against Boyd, now 6 for 8 against Matt Boyd. Wasting no time jumping out of first pitch up out of the zone. Watch him get on top of this one. Probably a ball out of the zone, but the extension on the swing. I mean, next time, just try telling him what's coming. That has been a nightmare matchup for Matt Boyd.
That brings in Moustakas. It has been a long time for Morales since he has driven in a run. 10 games, in fact. His last RBI came at the expense of the Tigers as well. You can see where Morales fits in the league leaders third, tied for third with Jose Bautista for the most RBIs. Doing nothing out of Moustakas.
Yeah, this is the pitch I'm interested in seeing. You know, more than 70% of the time, Boyd's been throwing fastballs, getting behind on counts. And I think at the big league level, you really have to mix it up more than that. And you see the swing that Moustakas took right there. You know, getting to that next level as a starting pitcher, to be able to throw the changeup or slider behind on the count is going to do him a world of good.
No James McCann tonight behind the plate instead of Vila. Last year was really a rough offensive season for Mike Moustakas. He barely hit over 200, and the hits by direction has been a big key, a big turnaround for Moustakas, fighting the shift and able to go the other way.
And it's not that easy, folks. That was a full-time commitment to do that. Natural pull hitter, has done it all his life. And when Ned Yost first moved him up in the order to 2 position, he said, we need you on base. Use the entire field. You see now the way that the Tigers defend Moustakas, way different than any time last year when the overshift was in play to the right side of the field. Pretty much straight up, shaded, more so than shifted.
Hard hit but foul.
I mean, I think he's making other hitters look bad, Aaron, because we all sit here and say, why don't they just hit the ball the other way like it's that easy? He's made it look easy, but I'm telling you, it's not that easy.
Now, Yost was saying that he has not seen a player turn around as much as Moustakas has from last year to this in terms of his ability to use the entire field, as Boyd buckles the knees a little bit of Moustakas for strikeout number 3. And his second one looking. Non-stop action, heart-pounding excitement, historic performances. Don't miss the 2015 postseason beginning October 6th. Go to MLB.com/postseason for a full schedule. 2 outs for Johnny Gomes, now in his 13th year. Only his 6th game in a Royals uniform, began this year with the Atlanta Braves. Something about the Johnny Gomes postseason mojo, Tom, that you want to have this guy around when you get to October?
I'll tell you, he's known for 3 things. He crushes left-handed pitching. That's why he's in there today. He always turns up with somebody in October. And the third thing a lot of people might not know about, he is a savant when it comes to baseball trivia.
Really?
He was dropping questions on me today. Omar Infante, his teammate, had a 7 RBI game with a sac bunt the other day. So he's asking me, who was the last guy to do that?
Did you know?
Of course not. But he had the answer, and it was Ryan Rayburn of the Tigers about 7-8 years ago. And he said before that, the last one to do it was Lou Gehrig, it was Infante, back in 1930.
And of course, when you think about Gomes in the postseason, last year he was in the postseason in the wild card game facing these Royals as a member of the A's. And what was a collapse, the final note of the collapse for the Oakland A's, and what was just the beginning of a complete takeoff for the Kansas City Royals.
Well, there's one thing that he always wants to do, and you saw it right there. Hit the ball far out in front of him. And this is not Mike Moustakas. You see the breaking ball had him way out in front, but he's looking to pull the baseball.
Two outs, base is empty, and Gomes ready for the 2-2 from Boyd. Boyd, a former 6th-round draft pick by the Blue Jays, acquired from Toronto by the Tigers in the David Price deal. Boyd making his major league debut this year, in fact pretty recently, late June with Toronto. And Boyd has been a well-traveled man this year. He's pitched at 3 different levels, AA, AAA, and now of course in the big leagues. Back-to-back full counts from Boyd. He struck out Moustakas looking, and he does the same to Gomes. 4 early strikeouts for Boyd. But one blemish so far, that was Kendrys Morales the opposite way. And for Morales, home run number 18 makes it 1-0 Royals. Kansas City has taken the early 1-0 lead. Kendrys Morales, a home run just over the fence in right field as J.D. Martinez gets set to lead things off in the bottom of the second, facing Edinson Volquez, 32 years old, now in his 11th season, his first with Kansas City. And it's strike one to Martinez. Seven-game hitting streak for J.D. Martinez. And Tom, he has proved that last year was not a fluke.
Well, you saw the OPS there at 899. There's only been 3 Tiger outfielders back-to-back seasons with a 900 OPS or better. They're all in the Hall of Fame. Al Kaline, Ty Cobb, and Harry Hamlin. Pretty good company for this guy. So no, that's not a fluke. And I was talking to him about it today, that give him credit. He completely overhauled his swing after the 2013 season. And I know the Astros got a lot of grief for releasing this guy in spring training. But he made such a big change in his swing, it really hadn't had time to take root in spring training. So the Astros literally didn't know what they had.
Gets tied up here. The one knock on Martinez. He does strike out a lot, and he whips here to begin things in the bottom of the second.
Talked about the changeup. He doesn't mind. He didn't throw this inside, outside. Doesn't matter to right-handers. A lot of right-handed pitchers don't want to go inside, but you see the tremendous run on that pitch. When Volquez gets in trouble, it's more of a downward changeup. When he has that side-to-side run, that's when he's at his best. That's a good sign for the Royals.
I mentioned it earlier. The Royals need some innings tonight out of Volquez. The bullpen very short tonight for Ned Yost. And to left, Gordon can't get to this one. All the way to the corner, the deepest left field corner in the league. And Martinez stands up with a one-out double.
Good first pitch hitting by Martinez right here. You saw the shift, but in the outfield, when he hits the ball to the outfield, he does use all fields. Actually, not often you'll see Victor go outside the strike zone. Must have been sitting on that pitch right there. First pitch, two-seamer.
So the first hit tonight for the Tigers goes for extra bases. Martinez in scoring position, representing the tie and run, and that brings in Nick Castellanos. His first start since Tuesday, has been nursing a groin injury. Did come off the bench last night, though.
Loves to swing at the first pitch. Wouldn't be surprised to see Volquez here go soft first pitch.
And he does. Castellanos has really struggled this year against righties. Has been one of the best hitters in the league against southpaws, but not nearly the same can be said against right-handers like Volquez.
Yeah, that was the pitch we talked about with Boyd, getting behind on the count, going soft off speed. You saw it right there with a veteran like Volquez. 1-0, young hitter at the plate, struggling against right-handers. Thinks he might see a fastball behind or ahead on the count. Volquez pulls the string on him.
Martinez the double. He's at second. And Castellanos ahead of the count.
We really should say, as we look at Volquez earlier, that he knows, as a veteran pitcher, he needs to give Ned Yost length in this start. We talked at the top of the show here about the top four relief pitchers all unavailable. Madsen, Herrera, Davis, and Holland. They've just been used too much. Time for a day off. So the normal formula we're used to with the Kansas City Royals, you know, average, mediocre pitching, 5 or 6 innings, hand the game over to the bullpen. That formula really is not in play today. You need some length from Volquez today.
Well, you wonder how many times Ned Yost has gone into a game without the bullpen that he has tonight. When you think about, when was the last time that Yost didn't have Holland, Davis, and Herrera available to pitch all on the same night, and then you add Madsen to the list as well?
Yeah, I don't know, but I know it's a much more difficult game to run for Ned Yost because those guys are platoon neutral. You bring them in no matter whether it's right-handers or left-handers. They start an inning. You don't have to get them out mid-inning. It's really managing by script. Not today.
Not at all. So Danny Duffy now in the bullpen, at least for the time being. Count stays full. Now, this time last year, the Tigers were in first place in the Central. They had 85 wins. Only 2 teams in the American League had more wins than the Tigers. They have traded Price. They have traded Cespedes. They have traded Soria. Dombrowski is now in Boston. A lot of changes here inside Comerica Park, to say the least, this year for the Tigers. Just barely gets a piece back to the glove of Perez, and it's out number 2.
Really stayed soft throughout this at bat. Showed one fastball away, but the money pitch once again is the changeup. This one does dive down. Castellanos out in front of it. One thing Volquez has been very good at consistently, and what I think has been an inconsistent season, is making pitches with runners on base. Batter's hitting only .205 in these spots with runners in scoring position. Gets in trouble a lot, gets himself out of trouble a lot.
It's a pretty incredible number. It's one of the best in the American League in that regard. As he now faces Tyler Collins, the left fielder. Volquez trying to work around the 1-out double to Martinez.
In these situations here, I think of the third base coach Dave Clark and pressure on him with Victor Martinez on second base. Normally, automatic send, 2 outs, runner on second base. What we saw last night with Miguel Cabrera, who was tagged out without a slide at home.
Crack to center. Kane coming in easily to make the catch for out number 3. That'll do it for the Tigers. They strand Victor Martinez at second, and we are off to the third. The 9th inning, but instead Verlander pulled and out away from a complete game. Salvador Perez has crushed Verlander over the course of his career, hitting nearly .490 over a very large sample size against Verlander. So Alex Wilson came on, and it was Salvador Perez who tied the game up with Hosmer aboard at first base, which forced extra innings. And we'll take a look at this mammoth home run last night from Perez.
Yeah, it just looked like a cement mixer slider, spun but didn't go anywhere until it hit the bat of Perez.
Looked like he knew it right away.
Well, I understand why Brad Ausmus made the move. You know, I never have a problem when a manager gives you the reasons why he made a move. And they all made sense. As you mentioned, the career history, 44 at-bat sample size. That's enough to put some confidence in. Well, you hit him like that, you can flip a bat. I got no problem with that. The fact that Verlander was at, 117 pitches. The fact that there was a loud out earlier in that inning. Brad told us he thought it was a no-brainer to make that move. He made the move to the bullpen even before he got out to the mound. Gave Justin no chance to present an argument to stay in the game. I didn't think it was a no-brainer. I understand why he did it.
On 3-1, a pop-up. Collins is making the catch with Machado right in front of him. Let's check in with Ryan back in the studio for a game break. That's a good update, Ryan. Thank you. 1-0, nobody on for Cologne.
You know, just to complete my thought there was an argument to leaving Verlander in the game for one more batter. I didn't think the pitch count was astronomical. He's been in that territory before. And you're taking out one of the best pitchers of this generation for someone with 2 career saves. I know, as he said, Alex Wilson has been his most consistent relief pitcher, but typically not in those spots. If you've got Mariano Rivera, absolutely. Sure thing. It's tough for me to take Verlander out of a game.
On 2, you add to it, and this is not a knock on Alex Wilson, who has had a very fine year this year. Calling him his most consistent reliever based on the core that has been in the bullpen is not necessarily saying a whole lot. This has been the worst bullpen in the American League in terms of earned run average, and it has been that way for a while now.
Yeah, that's, to borrow a phrase here, a Motown record that keeps repeating itself. Even in their championship years, the one riddle of the Sphinx they couldn't solve was how to put together a reliable bullpen. Always in the bottom 5 in the league, even on championship teams.
It's been a real head scratcher here in Detroit. Count stays at 2-2. Speaking of Verlander, by the way, we will have a chance to talk with Justin Verlander when we get to the bottom of this 3rd inning. And this was last night when he was pulled, and Verlander was very upset, Tom, that Osmus was booed as heavily as he was.
Yeah, you could read his lips right there. I'll clean it up a little bit. And he said, I can't believe it. That's what he was reacting to, the fact that the manager walking off the field, not coming out, coming off the field after the change, was booed so loudly. And that's when he got up there and said, come on, guys, this is our team. You're our home fans. Need a little more support than that.
Again, the 2-2. Soft fly ball. And it is Collins once again. Well, coming up next, our full day of college football caps off with an early season heavyweight showdown as 19th ranked BYU squares off with 10th ranked UCLA on FS1. It's all after our game right here on your home for college football, FS1. 2 up, 2 down, both to the glove of Collins in left field, and it's back to the top of the order. It brings in Alex Gordon.
You mentioned Avila behind the plate. One thing I want you to watch when Avila sets up is how low he will get. Now, that's a matter of health as much as it is of setting a target. He's had such an unlucky history getting hit with foul balls. He's tried all different kinds of masks. He's obviously had a lot of concussion issues. They've worked really hard with him on getting that head lower. See how low he sets up? Really trying to keep his head out of harm's way. Most of those foul balls come off the top of a batter's bat. And the catchers who set up a little higher or a little bigger tend to get hit more often. And Alex decided to get a lot lower with the head. And it's helped. I mean, he's missed some time this year with the knee injury. You see he's got the hockey style mask. He's gone back and forth with different style masks. But no issues with concussions this year. It's really worked out well for him.
Down on strikes. Boyd, 5 strikeouts of the first 11, making 10 batters that he's faced. We'll be joined by Justin Verlander when we come back. Third from Comerica Park. The Royals leading 1-0 thanks to a second inning Kendrys Morales home run. And it's nice to be joined down in the dugout by Justin Verlander. Justin, thanks for joining us.
No problem, guys. Glad to be on.
Well, what a start for you last night, Justin. 1 out away from a complete game. And your numbers since the start of August have been just spectacular. An ERA beneath 2.5. Opponents not squaring you up at all. How much fun are you having recently?
Having fun. You know, it's nice to pitch well. Everything's feeling good.
Avila hunting for extra bases, and he'll get in there standing. So both hits off of Volquez so far tonight have both been doubles. Martinez and now Alex Avila to begin the bottom of the third.
Yeah, both times jumping on first pitches. Justin, and looking at your game last night, actually the previous start, 23 curveballs. Last night, 24 curveballs. Really, first pitch curveballs, 2-strike curveballs. Talk about the feel that you've got for that pitch right now.
Yeah, you know, I kind of found something actually warming up in the game about 3 starts ago. I kind of threw one and was like, wow, there's my curveball. And I went and told McCann, I said, if it's like that, we're going to use it. And I've just been able to kind of maintain that feel for it. And it's been a great pitch, been a good weapon for me the last 3 starts or so.
You know, Justin, since you brought his name up, James McCann has been really a nice surprise for the Tigers. Maybe not a surprise for those within the organization, but for those outside, maybe so. What's it been like working with James so far this year?
It's been great. You know, it's a learning process, obviously, with a new catcher. You know, we're feeling each other out, and you know, he's trying to figure out what I like to do, and vice versa. You know, but we go over a game plan before the game, and you know, we talk about every guy individually, and we tend to stick to it for the most part, and it goes off the field a little bit. So we're on the same page most of the time, and obviously what he's done at the plate and what he's done hitting-wise has been tremendous.
Well, just the last inning, we talked about the situation last night when Brett Ausmus came out to get you 2 outs, 9th inning, and kind of a nemesis for you and Sal Perez at the plate. You didn't get a chance to filibuster to keep yourself in the game. Any surprise when you saw Brett come out?
You know, obviously, as a competitor, you never want to come out of the game. Do I understand why? Yes, I do. You know, and I think Brad knew that. I think if he knew that if he came out and gave me the chance, I'm going to stay in the game, or at least lobby for it. So I think that's why he had the, you know, the quick hook there. You know, and obviously I was at 115 pitches, and you know, if it's a long at bat, you're talking about 125 pitches. So I don't think he wanted me to get up in that range either. So he decided to take me out.
Speaking of lobbying, did you see the your buddy Max Scherzer last night?
I did. He got pretty animated, didn't he?
Well, we're looking at your night from last night, and again, breaking ball to me was really a separator. Everything working, though, Justin. Talk about especially what it feels like to be healthy and how long it's been.
It feels great. You know, it's a touchy subject. I don't like to talk about it too much. You know, nobody wants to hear you talking about not being healthy. But I will say it's nice to be able to feel like you can go out there and it's not going to hurt. You know, going out and having to re-warm up in between innings didn't used to be too fun for me for a couple years there. So this has been very pleasant. Let's say that. It makes it a lot more fun when you feel good.
Avila held at third base as Ghost is aboard. 1 out, runners on the corners. Well, you know, when we talk about Scherzer from last night, Justin, you think about the pitchers that you have been surrounded by in your career here in Detroit. Think about Price and so many others as well, whether it be out of the bullpen or in the rotation, Porcello, Pfister, the like. What has it been like coming up as a professional, being around what had to have been a very friendly but very competitive rotation as well?
Yeah, you know, it's actually great. I think competitiveness is a great thing. You know, a guy goes out and has a good game, and you want to go out there and one-up him. You know, I think friendly competitiveness fuels all of us here at this level, and you know, it's been nice to have those guys around, and we kind of learn from each other as well. You learn from watching, you learn from talking. You know, there's a lot of positives to being surrounded by guys like that.
Scoring chance here for the Tigers, 1 out, and runners on the corners. And Justin, we hear that you have a charm for the offense when you join us for in-game interviews. Is this right? Do you have a plus run differential when this happens?
Well, I mean, I don't know if you guys are jinxing it by talking about it right now. So if it doesn't happen, you guys are on the hook for that one.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Kinsler a walk his last time up. He's got Ghost at first base and Avila aboard at third. Royals leading 1-0 thanks to the home run by Morales.
You know, Justin Aaron was talking about some of the veteran pitchers you've been around, but now surrounded by a lot of youngsters in the rotation. Give me kind of a thumbnail sketch of some of these young guys, Daniel Norris, and especially Matt Boyd, off to a good start tonight.
Yeah, you know, Boyd's somebody who's got a good fastball. You know, it's obviously at this level, it's all about locating that. But his off-speed stuff is really good, especially against this lineup. You know, these guys, they like to hack, they like to swing. So if you can keep them off balance and get them chasing your off-speed stuff, you got a good chance to have success that night. And, you know, he's as you saw earlier, his changeup's tremendous. His slider, curveball kind of comes and goes. When it's on, it's really good. So, I mean, that's kind of most young guys, you know, it takes you a little while to figure it out at this level.
Justin, what have you learned about pitching, sharing a clubhouse and watching Miguel Cabrera hit for as long as you have?
Not much about pitching, man. He makes it look easy to hit everything. I'm glad he's on my team. You know, it's a pleasure to watch a guy like that play night in and night out. You know, he, in my opinion, and I think a lot of people's opinion, he's the best hitter on the planet. And it's pretty special what he's able to do. And honestly, I'm honored to be here and be part of this team and watch him night in and night out, like I said.
There goes Ghost in his second, and he's in there safety with a slide. Justin, we're going to try to carry the torch for you. We'll see how the Tigers do offensively, but you're off the hook. We appreciate you joining us.
All right, guys. Thanks. Hey, I'm telling you, it's your fault if it doesn't happen.
Fair enough.
All right, guys. Thanks.
Thank you, Justin.
Yep.
I'll wear that one, Tom.
He does have an amazing streak going. He's like the Joe DiMaggio of these in-game interviews. That's why he never turns them down. I'm sure his teammates probably encourage him. Yeah, go on, Justin. We need a rally here.
21st steal of the year for Ghosts. So now 2 in scoring position, 1 out. The chance for the double play wiped away.
Yeah, it's a great point about the double play. Huge 90 feet right there. Now the infield back in the middle. Kinsler against the sinker ball changeup guy. Ground ball gets the job done right here.
Avila the double. He's now at third. Broken bat. Skimmer out to Hosmer, and everybody's going to stay put. 2 outs.
Well, this is what happens when you don't have speed. We talked about before. Cabrera last night at second. Victor Martinez on second. And Avila on second, unable to score in the slasher to left field. And on this one, normally you would run a contact play. Second and third, 1 out. Even if the runner gets thrown out at home, the trail runner replaces him at third. But Avila, understanding with his speed, really no shot of scoring on that ball.
2 outs, 2 on for Cabrera. Now, normally this is exactly the guy that you would want to have at the plate if you're Brad Ausmus. The month of September, however, has not been kind to Cabrera, and has been his worst single month since his first month in the major leagues. Batting barely .210 here in September.
It looked like he was sitting on that changeup right there. I was watching Miggy. He smiles all the time, and it looked like he got in the batter's box thinking, are they going to pitch to me or not? It seemed like a pitch around situation, so sit on first, pitch something soft. Just didn't square it up.
Two outs and 2 in scoring position. Cabrera grounded to a double play his last time up. The opposite way and a base hit. Avila in to score. Ghosts with great speed. He cruises home easily, and the Tigers have taken the lead. Miguel Cabrera drives in a pair. And we won't hear anything from Verlander.
Keep the streak going, Jolton Joe. Best hitter on the planet does it again. Volquez staying soft. This time with the curveball after the changeup. See the spike grip. It just hangs up. And again, Cabrera, just such a smart hitter. He knows he's not going to get challenged. And hardly much of a stride. Quick to the baseball. Take it the other way. That is a clinic in one at bat.
That brings in J.D. Martinez.
It's made the idea that you can pitch around Miguel Cabrera. Not a good one. I mean, because he can expand the zone. He's such a smart hitter. knows exactly what the pitcher's trying to do with him. And we're off the hook.
And that's right. Verlander very pleased.
Were you a little nervous, Aaron? Justin's pretty intimidating
a little
guy.
Nervous. That'd be an understatement. I think we got a pretty good sense of the level of a competitor that Verlander is there.
One of the best.
You think about the RBI drought for Cabrera. Last night he drove in 2. That snapped 11 straight games for Cabrera without an RBI. That was his longest string since his first year in Detroit in 2008.
Again, he understands what pitchers are trying to do with him. Last night, the rocket double to right field, the sacrifice fly to right field.
Martinez high, but not nearly deep enough. Middle depth for Kane. And that'll do it for the Tigers in the bottom of the 3rd. But Miguel Cabrera, with 2 outs, just takes it the opposite way. He has given the Tigers a lead and has made a very happy man in last night's starter, Justin Verlander. A couple of ball caps and gloves, but not when it is Star Wars night, which it is here this evening from Comerica Park. Middle game of the series, Tigers and Royals, as Zobrist will lead things off to begin the top of the 4th for Kansas City. And this much we know: when you have Star Wars night at any level, from short season up to the big leagues, you will pack them in, and that's what's happening tonight here in Detroit. And along those lines, Tom, how about this? Attack of the clones, wouldn't you know? Gordon and Zobrist. How about these numbers? These are almost carbon copies in some categories.
Are those legit, or did we make those up? I mean, that is scary close.
The hits, the doubles.
And when Zobrist hits from the left side, he's got a little bit of Gordon in him. Both of them set up with the hands low in the batting stance from the left side. Now that's science fiction. Come on, those numbers are just crazy. Star Wars does pack them in, though. It's amazing. I mean, it's the Iliad and the Odyssey of our generation, Star Wars. I'm telling you, there's stormtroopers all over this ballpark.
Here comes the 2-2. Up the middle, Ghosts. And I'm going to go after it. Has to play it on a hop. The leadoff single for Zobrist.
course, most of these kids, they weren't even alive when Star Wars first came out in 1977.
There have been plenty since. Well, we take a look at tonight's DraftKings players to watch with Lorenzo Cain climbing in here. Zobrist reaching on the single. And Tom, how about these two?
Yeah, listen, they both can go get it in center field. Ghost, I think, has one of the quickest first steps in all of baseball. He's also been on base 14 straight games. And Cain, you mentioned it, a couple of days off, a couple of rare days off. You know, I think the offense goes through him in Kansas City. Hosmer, they need to get his power back. Cain has been their most consistent hitter.
Now remember, it's easy to play DraftKings, and there are thousands of dollars in prizes every day. Enter promo code BALLGAME to play for free at DraftKings.com. 1-0 to Cain. Tying run takes the lead at first. That's Zobrist. You've seen a lot of strikeouts early on tonight from Detroit starter Matt Boyd. He's already 2 shy of matching a career high, which was 7 in his big league debut. Now keep in mind, he made his debut earlier this summer, so it's not as if he has a long track record to go off of. But for a team in the Royals that has the fewest strikeouts by a wide margin in baseball, interesting to see Boyd with 5 early strikeouts.
You just saw the changeup right there. That's been a money pitch for him. Actually, it's been a pitch in his early career here in the big leagues that has been hit hard. The changeup, when he misses like that one up, hitting .429 against the changeup. Showcasing a better one tonight.
And we have seen from Volquez as an example tonight the difference that that pitch can make if you can really master it. Two and two.
Doubling up on it. You know, he's got some nice heritage, the genes in the Boyd family.
I go back to earlier this month. One problem for Boyd this year has been the long ball. And Cain tagged him back at Kauffman Stadium.
I was getting back to his heritage. His grandmother actually a distant relative of both Bob Feller and Dolly Madison.
Chopper foul over third base.
Matt told me growing up in his bedroom he had a picture of Bob Feller pitching to Joe DiMaggio. So of course I had to ask him, what about Dolly Madison? Did you have a picture of Dolly Madison? He said, no. Not exactly, you know, what the 9-year-old baseball-loving kid puts up on the bedroom wall.
He's probably the only 9-year-old on the block with a picture of Bob Feller in his room. Those are awfully good bloodlines. Feller, a Hall of Famer, a war hero. Hosmer on deck.
You see this. Lorenzo Cain wanted to change his bat. Gary Cedarstrom, you might have heard him say, no, 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 no. He didn't break his bat. For some reason, Lorenzo just wanted to switch bats. Lorenzo, you can see clearly not happy about that. I'm not sure if it's an actual rule, but in the baseball protocols and speeding up the game, it takes a cracked bat to really change bats for the most part.
Oh, that is interesting.
I've not seen that one before. When I say that, I've not seen a guy try to change the bat when it's not broken. Look at him. He's like, hey, won't let me change it.
Well, Cedarstrom's been around for a while. He's the crew chief, 22nd year. Umpire in 2 World Series, most recently in 2011. Zobrist has been at first base for a long time. A leadoff single. And we'll keep an eye on him there. That was close.
Yeah, that was a good balk move, as they say. You see Zobrist got up and saying, hey, wasn't it a balk? Kind of gave a little bit of a move towards home and then snapped it over to first. You can bet the Tigers are looking at that in the replay room. It looks like a good move, though. Looked like a legal move, just a little bit of funk to it.
Zobrist survives, still 2-2. And now full count.
I would think that Zobrist would be running here. I'm not sure why Lorenzo wanted to change the bat. I mean, I guess a carpenter who wanted a different hammer or a different kind of tool and saw a couple of pitches and said, nah, I want to go with a lighter bat, a heavier bat. Very strange.
And another look, and this time Zobrist is frozen. Cabrera runs him down. 1 out. Now Zobrist was a deer in the headlights.
Yeah, nice job by Boyd. Held the ball longer, knowing it was probably a situation where Zobrist would be running. Held the ball longer and then gave a different move to first. This time the knee goes up. That's probably the A move. Maybe the other one was the B move. That's what made it difficult. He had not shown that move to Zobrist. Give the rookie credit. Excellent job of controlling the running game.
And wipes away a leadoff single. Meanwhile, here comes pitch number 9 to Kane. And a walk. As Kane checks in at first, let's check in with Ryan back in Los Angeles. All right. Thank you, Ryan. Boy, never easy when you're facing Sonny Gray. Here is Hosmer. 1 out, 1 on, top of the 4th. Hosmer, hard hit, but foul. I'm talking about the Astros and the A's, the American League West standings. What a series it was in Arlington for the Rangers against the Astros, and they suddenly have a 2.5 game cushion.
Well, the biggest problem for Houston had been a strain for 5 months, and that's their bullpen. And it's interesting to see American League teams in playoff position, the Astros, the Royals, and the Yankees, all running on empty in the bullpen in September.
Twisting pop-up to Ghost. Easy play for round number 2. Because when you think about the Astros, that has been the biggest turnaround from last year to this year, the bullpen. And it's remarkable how, if you make the right decisions as a general manager, how quickly you can overhaul a bullpen. And if you do it right, you can do it on a budget.
You know, I saw it with the 2008 Rays. They went from historically bad to a pennant winner, and the Astros have done the same turnaround. The additions of Luke Gregerson, Pat Neshek, and some under-the-radar additions as well. As you said, they don't have to spend a lot of money. A lot of bang for the buck.
2 outs, Kane. The Rockies at first. The lone Royals run came on one swing from Kendrys Morales back in the second. Opposite field homer. And we'll take a look at that swing from Kendrys back in the second.
Well, again, complete ownership of Matt Boyd, trying to get ahead with the fastball. Not a good idea. Left up in the zone. Winds up in the seats. That's why you saw him start with the breaking ball with Morales, and they double up here. You can see that's a good move to first base. Lorenzo Cain doesn't look like he's got a good read on it either.
And Cain, somebody you want to keep an eye on. 27 steals. Trails only Jose Altuve for the most in the American League. It's a pretty short list of players in the game who have had a bigger impact on their team this year while having a minimal impact on their team last year than Morales. Last year, the Twins, the Mariners. Billy Butler leaves Kansas City. Dayton Moore goes out and signs Morales, and Kendrys has channeled the Angels version of Kendrys Morales.
Well, don't forget, last year, kind of a lost season, was not signed until halfway through the season. So without spring training.
This gets away from Avila. Kane can just trot easily into second.
He never found his stroke last year. And then he came to camp this year with Kansas City, had dropped about 12 to 15 pounds. When the reporters asked him how he did it, his response was, eat less. I'm not sure you can turn that into a diet book, put that between covers, eat less, but it works.
Seems to the point. And Ned Yost gave Morales probably more at-bats this spring training than he'd had since he was a rookie. He was worked hard and surprised this spring. There goes Kane on to third. He'll tiptoe in. So suddenly a man 90 feet from home. That walk looks like a triple.
That's a good job by Kane. Really no one close to him at second base. You see Kinsler's walking away. And knowing that Boyd's been going soft on Morales throughout this at bat. No fastballs yet in 4 pitches. If you're going to steal third with 2 outs, that's the way you have to steal it, standing up.
What a season it has been for Morales, driving in runs with 2 outs. And a chance to add another to the list here in the 4th. Tying run 90 feet from home. That steal, by the way, for Kane matches a career high, 28.
I think you got to be real careful here with Morales. You've shown him 5 straight changeups and breaking balls, and the thinking is maybe I can sneak a fastball by him. That's what he's doing right here. I'd be very careful with this pitch. Good miss. Now you can go back to that changeup. It's a good pitch, good miss, because it wasn't in the zone. Didn't have to throw it for a strike.
Tying run at third, 2 outs. Top to third. Fielded by the shortstop Machado on to first base. And Morales not going to leg many of those out these days. That'll be it. The Royals strand Kane 90 feet from home. Tigers leading the Royals thanks to a 2-out, 2-run single by Miguel Cabrera in the 3rd, as Victor Martinez will lead things off in the Tigers half of the 4th inning. Victor Martinez a double back in the second. He's 1 for 1. Wilkes starts him off with a strike.
That hit you talked about came out of first pitch. The Tigers, first 13 hitters, swung at the first pitch 7 times. Victor lets that one go.
For Martinez, that double extended his hit streak to now 6 games. That matches a season long, and this, in terms of production and numbers, just has not been the typical Victor Martinez year. Batting beneath 240. Has not yet reached double-digit home runs. You think about Victor Martinez, there was a span 2009 to 2014 where, in terms of average at least, he was the 3rd best hitter in the game. Only Cabrera and Joe Mauer hit for a higher average over that span.
I'm not sure he's been fully healthy. Be able to see it when he's been on base, just not really moving that well. I'll tell you, there's still nobody who grinds out an at bat better than Victor Martinez. This guy does not give away a pitch, never mind an at bat. The concentration is just remarkable.
Leg and knee injuries, it's been a big part of it. Now ahead of the count, 3-1.
He's such a smart hitter. I actually think he can intimidate pitchers. We always talk about pitchers intimidating hitters. You find yourself trying to outthink Victor Martinez. And that is a beautiful changeup from Volquez. The arm speed on this pitch exactly the same as the two-seamer. It's traveling in the same direction until it's about 10 feet from the plate. It just drops off the table.
One of the best changeups in the league. Here comes a 3-2.
The master of the foul ball, Victor Martinez. I talked about trying to outthink him. It doesn't get any easier with 2 strikes. He's been called out on strikes only 5 times this year. Only 8 times all of last year. Very difficult guy to fool.
Castellanos is next. Victor Martinez leading off the bottom of the 4th. Tigers a chance tonight for their first winning streak of 4 games since the opening week of the season, if you can believe it.
Back to the change.
And he lost in ball 4. Leadoff walk. Martinez reaching for the second time. The double, now the walk. Well, just down the street from right here inside Comerica Park, construction is underway for the ambitious District Detroit, being led by the Ilitch family, owners of the Tigers and the Red Wings. This project will transform 50 blocks around Comerica Park and the new Red Wings Arena. The work started back in April, and they're well on their way to creating a vibrant entertainment district for families and sports fans alike, with the projected project completion right around September of 2017. You can learn more about the project by visiting districtdetroit.com, and a lot of good stuff there by the Ilitch family.
How cool did that look? I mean, you talk about state of the art. It's great to see it all built downtown.
No question about that. Here is Castellanos.
I mean, it's heaven around here for a sports fan downtown.
Got everything right within walking distance.
Amazing. You know, 200 years ago, we talked about probably the town hall. That's where everybody gathered, right, to get the news and community gatherings. Now it's the sports venues.
They're all pop fly away from each other here in downtown Detroit.
You might be wondering why Hosmer would be holding on Martinez at first base. Probably because Eric likes to talk. He's always got conversations going on over there. But Castellanos is such a pull hitter. There's like not much of a chance he's going to ground anything on the right side of the field. Yeah, there's a hole over there, but that's not his strength.
even talking to opposing first base coaches who face the Royals, they love Eric Hosmer. He'll talk to the first base coaches as well. It's not just the players.
Running conversations all night long.
You get to know a lot of guys well in the game when you're at first base. And Hosmer a couple of Gold Gloves to back it up too.
You saw in that last changeup from Volquez why it's not a strength of Nick to go to the opposite field. The ball working down and away soft and still tried to pull it.
Two and two. Talk about the ground balls from Volquez. Career high 20 this year in terms of double plays.
And that's what he's able to do with the sinker and the changeup. I mean, I would not recommend the on-base percentage against Volquez leading off an inning. Did you see Martinez got on to start this one? 349. That's way too high. But the ability to get 2 outs with 1 pitch, that's the big whiteout ink to erase those leadoff runners.
That'll make up for it, or at least help to. For Volquez, this year marks his first season back in the American League since his final years with the Rangers back in 2007. He has been long in the National League until this season.
I talked about him refining his mechanics last year with Pittsburgh. Sinker changeup guys really have to sit on the back leg. And he did a much better job last year again with Pittsburgh than he had in San Diego.
Castellanos the opposite way. Gomes had a pretty silent night in right field. And there is out number 1.
I talked to Dave Island, the Royals pitching coach, about that. And he said, sometimes Volquez will get too much on that back leg and start pitching uphill, pushing the ball up. And that's when his ball tends to flatten out. So that's something they've had to watch. He wants him to get a little bit more on top of the sinker changeup.
So you could look at Dave Island there. On this rotation for the Royals this season, it's incredible the number of forms that it has taken. The rotation has not been good for Kansas City. You talk all the time about the Royals pitching and defense, and this year the defense has certainly been true, just like last season. But when you talk about the pitching for Kansas City, at least good pitching, you're really talking about the bullpen. Martinez into second base with a ginger jog as Collins his first hit tonight.
And that's what happens. Sometimes you get unlucky as a guy who pitches to contact. First pitch changeup. Again, we talked about the Tigers being aggressive early in the count. Fastball changeup doesn't matter. He gets soft contact. Gets the ground ball that he wants. Just didn't get it where he wanted it.
That'll bring in Alex Avila, a double back in the third, his first extra base hit since the first week of August. Of course, his playing time has been reduced. That's 15 games ago, his last extra base hit. Martinez at second, Collins at first. When you think about the rotation this year for Kansas City, Jason Vargas done for the year, Tommy John. Rodano Ventura was scuffling so much that he was optioned down to Omaha and then called right back up when Vargas injured his arm. Chris Young has been in the rotation, now in the bullpen. Heck, he might pitch the ninth if there's a safe situation tonight, based on what Ned Yost told us. Although that would be surprising.
He did tell us that. He did mention O'Shaver and Young were in the mix to pitch the ninth.
Duffy in the rotation, now in the bullpen. Guthrie back in the rotation. They've added Cueto. It's Volquez shaking his head, 2-1.
Yeah, that's a changeup that just slipped right out of his hand. One thing I'll say about his changeup, Johnny's Edison changeup, is that he rarely misses in the zone with it. Usually misses out of the zone with it. He's thrown more than 700 of them this year. No home runs off the changeup all year. Once again, Misses down out of the zone. Not a bad pitch.
Number 9 hitter Machado on deck with 2 on already. Full count to Avila.
Just keeps throwing it and throwing it, doesn't he? Alex thought, sure, that's got to be the one time, right? He just missed twice with breaking balls, off-speed pitches. 3-1. I'm going to get a fastball. I'm going to get a fastball. Where did it go?
And a walk. Bases loaded with Tigers here in the bottom of the 4th. Second walk this inning.
Well, he's putting a lot of faith in that one pitch for 2 outs scenario. Once again, he did get Machado with a punch out first time, but not giving into Avila at all. The 3-2 breaking ball.
Now Victor Martinez walked. He's at third. Collins, the single, now stands at second. Now Avila just took ball 4. Bags packed for Machado, who had the walk-off hit last night, the first of his career. For Machado, that hit last night to win the game for the Tigers. That was his first at-bat since Sunday. And a strike.
Wow, that's a big call right there. Huge difference. 2-0, 1-1. Borderline.
That was close. Bags packed, 1 out. Off the hands, a little pop-up. Colon, the easy out, number 2. That wasn't a double play, but it makes things manageable for Edison Volquez here in the bottom of the 4th. And that'll take us back to the top of the order. It brings in Gose, who singled and scored back in the 3rd. Came home with a 2-run single by Cabrera, which is made for the 2 runs tonight for the Tigers. Goes to strikeout victim with a fastball back in the 1st inning to begin things for the Tigers. Gets some wobbly knees and looks at strike 1.
So far, it's been a typical Volquez game. A lot of runners. Been able to make pitches when he has to, with the one exception. Miguel Cabrera, the exception to every rule.
That's the truth. And his highest pitch count by inning here in the 4th.
And don't forget, 21 of those pitches out of the stretch.
2-1. Gose having a red hot month of September, batting .340 this month. Does not have a hit this year in limited at bats with the bases loaded. 0 for 5. Fly ball left. Gordon easily there for out number 3, and the Tigers leave him loaded. Volquez works out of a jam. Of Major League Baseball. Happy you can join us. It's the middle game of this 3-game series. Royals and Tigers here from Comerica Park. Aaron Goldsmith, Tom Verducci, our entire Fox Sports 1 crew. And a big bender comes in missing to Moustakas. Hard hit, punch, deep right field. This is crushed. A couple of solo home runs tonight for the Royals, and we are all tied up here to start things at the top of the 5th.
We talked about how well Moustakas has hit the ball the other way. Course of the 2015 season. He unloads on this fastball. It's strange to see below average heater there, about 88 miles an hour from Matt Boyd up in the zone. He knew it. Mike had barely made contact with the baseball, and Matt Boyd knew that was a mistake.
Gomes a fly ball to left. Very shallow. Machado for out number 1. Now for Moustakas, that one swing has now tied his career high in homers and tied his career high in RBIs, both set in 2012. And a pretty emphatic way to do both in one swing.
Early in the season, he wasn't quite buying into this use the whole field philosophy. He talked to Dale Swaim, the hitting coach, after about 100 at bats, and complaining he only had 4 home runs. And Dale said, do the math. At the end of the season, dude, you're going to have about 28 home runs full season.
Do the math, Dale. Here is Salvador Perez. Perez also with 20 home runs. Those two now, Moustakas and Perez, time for the Royals lead.
I'll say one thing about Matt Boyd. The one thing early in his career, typical for a young pitcher, but especially for a big guy, is the ability to repeat the mechanics.
Hard grounder, top to Castellanos. 2 outs.
And that's been a bugaboo for the big guy. You know, he's a guy, when he takes the baseball back, he leans back. Watch his center of gravity. Where it should be over the rubber, it's going to get too far behind him. The lean back, that's actually a better position for him. But he gets into trouble when he leans too far back to start the delivery. You start off balance, it's hard to catch up. So what they have him thinking about is to keep the shoulders over the feet and not get that center of gravity behind him as he starts the delivery. You can see how deliberate he is in the beginning of the delivery. I would prefer a little more speed in the delivery, but the fact is I think he's making a conscious effort to keep the center of balance early in the delivery so he doesn't have to adjust mid-delivery. And the old late Hall of Famer Robin Roberts used to say, if you're going to hurry, hurry late. Be quick late. He's certainly slow early, quicker late.
Home runs have been a problem for Boyd so far this year in his limited number of starts and innings. That's now 14 homers in less than 50 innings of work. And the funny thing about the way that the Royals have scored tonight, and in some ways the way that they've been scoring recently, this is a Kansas City team that once again is last in the American League in home runs. Well, they've homered now in 6 straight games, and they have a dozen homers on this road trip. Now the 9th game of the trip for Kansas City.
And here you can see very deliberate, and then boom, late at the end. I think it's going to be difficult for him to keep repeating that delivery. He's got a little bit of a wrist wrap when he brings the ball behind him.
And he freezes Cologne here. He's a strikeout away from tying a career high. He's got 6 through 5 innings, but Mike Moustakas with one that Boyd will not soon forget. He ties the game up as Boyd picks up strikeout number 6. The fifth, that's where Ian Kinsler will lead things off, facing Volquez. Jumps on the first pitch. Gomes towards the chalk. But a foul ball as Hosmer had a long way to go for it. Good effort there. I welcome you inside the booth here from beautiful Comerica Park. Aaron Goldsmith alongside Tom Verducci. And boy, Tom, when you think about the bullpen for the Kansas City Royals, we've mentioned before that this is a bullpen tonight that could look very different from other nights.
Yeah, you're so used to Royals games where after 6 innings, you know who's coming in what inning. It doesn't matter left or right. Totally different scenario today. Top 4 relievers for Ned Yost. All have been used so much, not available today. So Volquez, you see the pitch count there at 74. Pretty manageable at this point. A quick inning is probably in order for him, at least for Ned Yost. Because this is a game where there is no script. This is improvisational managing for Ned Yost.
Not at all what he's used to. Best bullpen in the American League. It's been that way dating back to last year, really, for the most part. There comes Moustakas. Takes a moment, fires a strike for round number 1.
Now, I'll say this, Aaron. I'm not sure it's just a one-day thing either. The rest is, yes, but you know, the Herrera, Davis, Holland trio we saw all of last year, and now Madsen in front of them this year. I'm not sure that's chiseled in stone as it was last year. You know, Greg Holland certainly has some issues with velocity. Just is not the same pitcher the last 3-4 weeks. There's some questions here in the last 3 weeks about how this bullpen will be managed. And again, it was very easy last year the way it turned out at the end of the season. Not so easy to figure out the puzzle this year.
1 out, nobody out for Cabrera. Right back up the middle for a base hit. Cabrera's second hit tonight. And the go-ahead run for the Tigers is at first base with 1 out. Now there's no doubt after, as we take a look at the base hit from Cabrera, after last night's loss and the struggles from Holland in the 12th inning, there's a lot of talk in Kansas City right now as to whether or not he should remain the closer, because let's face it, there are not many teams that have the luxury that Ned Yost and the Royals do in terms of other options in the bullpen to pitch in the 9th inning.
Well, listen, there's no doubt Greg Holland has a closer's heart. I think that's what Ned Yost trusts more than anything else. Right now, he may not have closer stuff when it comes to velocity. He's been very creative with his breaking ball, adding and subtracting off the slider and throwing a lot more of that. But in terms of the ability to get hitters out, to keep the ball out of play, which is what you want late in the game, not the same pitcher, different kind of pitcher. Davis is the one with the shutdown stuff.
Jammed him for 1-1 count. They go back the last 3 years, the only man with more saves overall than Holland, Craig Kimbrell. Holland has been awfully consistent, but even his 30-plus saves this year, for the most part, have been an adventure. And the velocity is by far the most startling development for Holland. Talking 5, 6, 7 miles an hour less on his fastball. Cabrera at first base. Tied to the line. Moustakas can't put a glove onto it. Cabrera turns at second. He'll churn into third. As that bounced over, you can see the arms go up from Gordon. And with 1 out, the Tigers have 2 in scoring position, a double for J.D. Martinez. His first hit tonight.
Pitch running in and down on J.D. Just gets the bat head out. Just able to keep it fair. Well, his ability, talking about Volquez's ability to get out of trouble, severely tested right here.
And he got out of a 1-out bases loaded jam of the 4th, and he has to get out of a 1-out 2 in scoring position jam here in the 5th, facing Victor Martinez.
I like what Ned Yost is doing. You don't have to bring the infield all the way in with Cabrera on third base.
Perez, a live arm down to third.
You know, each team has a certain number they'll assign to the depth of the infield. Typically 1, 2, 3. They're about in a 2 here. Not all the way in, not all the way back. with Cabrera on third, gives the infielders an option to read the runner at third, and especially with Victor running at the plate. You know, that clock that infielders have in their head is moving a lot slower than it normally would with the base runner hitter combination.
This has been, in many ways, very typical Edinson Volquez start tonight. A lot of base runners. You can see the Tigers with runners in scoring position. Cabrera at third, Martinez a double at second. High to center. Kane, a lot of room to cover. Looking up, and Kane makes the catch. Cabrera will score as Kane ran a mile out to the wall, and it turns out to be about as long of a sacrifice fly as there is in the game. The Tigers have taken a lead.
It's amazing to say this, but I think Lorenzo Cain had this ball all the way. It's just incredible the way he tracks ball down. Two-seamer running away, but up for Victor Martinez. He's in sacrifice fly mode anyway, so he's looking to get on top of this baseball. And look at Cain. He knows exactly where he is. Just touching the warning track and hauling it in 2 steps away from the wall. Actually, that ball was hit so far they had to hustle that ball back in to prevent J.D. Martinez from scoring.
J.D. Martinez into third. Tigers lead it by a run now, as Castellanos looks at ball one. Two outs, a runner at third. Castellanos 0 for 2 tonight. Struck out on a changeup back of the second. Flew out to right field his last time at the plate. Pitching to defense, that's the Kansas City Royals. Second in baseball this year in defensive runs saved, and the man you see right there, Lorenzo Cain, a big reason why. Good chance for a Gold Glove.
The guy's already got one.
Gordon with 4. Ball and 2 strikes. Activity inside the Tigers bullpen. Al Albuquerque, a hard thrower. A good fastball slider mix. Matt Boyd, tonight's starter. 2 runs over 5. A couple of solo homers. Moustakas the most recent. Before that, it was Morales back in the second. And this one tonight has been a little bit back and forth. Morales gave the Royals the early 1-0 lead in the second, and then it was Cabrera with 2 outs in the third, 2-run single to give the Tigers the lead. Royals tied it up in the 5th. The top half of this inning, Moustakas with a mammoth blast out to right field, and then Victor Martinez, a sac fly all the way out to the wall in center to give the Tigers the lead right back.
A lot of time on the tightrope tonight for Mr. Volquez. Just hard to continue to execute pitches when you're pitching out of the stretch, runners in scoring position.
He's had some very taxing innings lately. A long 4th. This has not been an easy 5th, especially when you consider who he's faced. Kinsler, Cabrera, J.D. and Victor Martinez.
I'll tell you one thing, though. He won't be hurried. When he gets runners on base, this game is played at his pace, which is glacial. That's actually one of the things that the Royals have talked to both Cueto and Volquez about, is working a little bit faster.
Mostly with runners on, or in general?
Well, in general, the reason I say that, the Royals are an up-tempo team. If they were a basketball team, they'd be the Showtime Lakers. If they were a college football team, they'd be Oregon with the no-huddle offense. The way they swing the bat is aggressive. The way they run the bases is aggressive. The way they play defense is aggressive. So they don't want to be on their heels, which is what happens when you have a pitcher who nibbles or takes so much time in between pitches. It's one of the issues they had with Danny Duffy, not throwing enough strikes. I think Chris Medlin is made for this team, attacking hitters with the sinker, putting the ball on the ground quickly. This team plays much better at a faster pace.
Medlin will start for the Royals tomorrow. J.D. Martinez at third base. He doubled. Tomorrow's starter, Chris Medlin. What a story he has been. A couple of Tommy John surgeries. Free agent signing for the Royals. Now pitching well for Kansas City. He lost him, a walk with 2 outs. Castellanos reaches base for the first time.
That's what I'm talking about when it comes to executing so many stress pitches. Stress pitches meaning with runners on base time and time again. And you see here he goes to the breaking ball before he had the changeup outside of the strike zone. That is a breaking ball that does nothing. A backup breaking ball misses the plate. But he's in a dangerous spot right here for a guy who likes to swing at the first pitch, and Tyler Collins.
He did that back in the 4th and singled into center. And he does so again here, but cuts right through a fastball. 0-1.
I like the mindset there. Sitting first pitch fastball, got it. Pitcher in trouble. Just didn't hit it.
Matt Boyd, tonight's starter for the Tigers. Good numbers for Collins this year with runners in scoring position. Castellanos the walk at first. J.D. Martinez doubled and advanced over to third base on the sac fly. A weak wave there. And it's 1-2. The Tigers have had a lot of traffic on the base paths in the last 2 innings. And so far have come away with just 1 run. They left them loaded in the 4th. They've got 2 on with 2 out here in the bottom of the 5th.
It's one of the rare times we've seen Volquez try to get in on lefties with that 2-seamer. For Collins here, I know you have to honor the 2-seamer, but that pitch sets up the changeup down and away. So Salvador wanted to double up, instead go to the off-speed pitch, curveball.
This is now the 24th batter faced for Volquez tonight. He's had a runner on base in all but 8. He's had plenty of base runners behind him tonight.
Aaron, that's why all innings and all pitches are not created equal. We talk about innings counts and pitch counts. They're not all the same.
And he gets him to rip right through a fastball. Collins down on strikes, and after all that, the Tigers get a run to take the lead. backpack on Star Wars night, Tom.
That means we've got more than one Jabba in the ballpark tonight, right?
That's right.
I'm talking about one actually wearing a uniform. He's in the bullpen for the Royals.
Bullpen.
Jabba Chamberlain.
Alex Gordon begins things for the Royals at the top of the 6th. Now number 1. We'll take a game break. Let's check in with Ryan back in our Los Angeles studios. Ryan? All right, Ryan, thank you for that update. Doubleheader, Twins and Angels. Angels winning game 1 in extra innings, 4-3 and 12 earlier today. Oh, there's the other Java. Former Tiger.
May see him today. Who knows? With Volquez's pitch count getting up there.
Anything's possible tonight for the Royals. Ball and a strike to Zobrist.
You know, Aaron, earlier we talked about the swing changes that J.D. Martinez made. Here's another guy.
Towards center, goes back a few strides. Route number 2.
Zobrist was a guy after his first 2 years briefly in the major leagues completely changed his swing. It's so unusual for a major league hitter to completely change the swing. Both guys did it, obviously with great success, Martinez and Zobrist. Zobrist went from a guy really just kind of a handsy type of hitter to one who really stays connected, uses his core a lot more, developed power, which he did not have previously. It's interesting. When I asked JD about why he did it, he said the game changed too much. The two-seam fastball changed everything for him. His point was he had a swing where everybody taught him to swing down on the baseball. He's getting beat by the action of the two-seamer down in the zone. He went to a much more, I don't want to say an uppercut swing, but a little bit of lift to it. Too much lift right there for Lorenzo King.
That's made a world of difference for Martinez, one of the best power hitters in the game. 6 pitches, 3 outs. We go to the bottom of the 6th. For a much more efficient top of the 6th. 6 pitches, 3 outs. This game remains tied. Alex Avila will lead things off at the bottom of the 6th inning.
Have you noticed how loose Matt Boyd has been throughout this game? Sitting in the dugout.
He actually smiled at the camera, which he didn't even know was on at one point.
I love it.
Some serious court awareness. Volquez approaching 100 pitches. Talking there with McCann, the normal catcher. Getting a night off tonight. And in a season that has been awfully cloudy for the Tigers this year in last place, James McCann, former second-round draft pick out of Arkansas, has really been something that Tigers fans can be pleased with. He's been very good offensively this year. And he's really taken over that everyday role for Detroit.
And how about his defense, too? He set a record for the most errorless games at the start of his career. And this is something I got to drop on my baseball trivia savant, Johnny Gomes.
Yeah.
The record he broke was held by Frankie Pitlock, Indians backup catcher back in the 30s. You mentioned Bob Feller before.
I think Matt Boyd has a picture of him on his wall as well.
There's my trivia buff right there. Frankie Pitlock caught the 18th strikeout game from Bob Feller, but more than that, he caught a pitch that was traveling 138 miles an hour. I have to tell you, obviously,
yes,
how that's even possible, right? 138 miles an hour. They dropped the baseball off the top of the Terminal Tower in Cleveland, which at the time was the biggest building outside of New York in the world and was up until the 1950s. This was back in the day where they did all kinds of promotional stunts. And there was a record. Remember, the guys were walking on wings of airplanes,
sure,
coming down Niagara Falls in a barrel. They once dropped the ball off the Washington Monument to one of the Senators' catchers, so that was a record of about 500 feet. So they wanted to break the record and promote this new Terminal Tower in Cleveland. So they dropped baseballs off the top of a 700-foot building, traveling 138 miles an hour.
Does not sound safe for the man on the ground.
No, they sent 5 of the Indians out there to do it. Can you imagine doing that today?
Yeah,
with
right.
Major League players?
Exactly.
They gave them steel helmets and they said, go get them, guys. And Frankie caught one traveling 138 miles an hour. The ones that bounced, they said, bounced 6 stories high.
A steel helmet at that velocity, that's a pretty loud ringing effect that you'd have to have if that got you right in the dome.
But as these things usually do, it's all fun and games until somebody gets hurt, right?
Right.
A few years later, out in San Francisco, a minor league team dropped the baseball from a blimp 1,000 feet up. Guy got smashed in the mouth, was in the hospital for 2 months, and that was the end of the ball dropping shenanigans.
You know, I thought that sounded like a bad idea, Tom, but I wasn't sure until you told me the end of the story. But it seemed like a story that would be leading down that path.
Frankie Pitlock.
0-2. Strikeout to Avila. That was the 6th strikeout tonight for Volquez. Now ahead of Machado.
He's actually getting a chance to work out of the windup here a little bit.
He's had only 1 clean inning. That was the first. Belt high to Zobrist. Out number 2. Well, let's see what's going on in the social media world tonight. We check in with the Tigers Twitter feed. If you don't know by now, it is Star Wars night here inside Comerica Park for the middle game of this 3-game series. I'll tag your post with hashtag SwingDataData, and T-Mobile will keep the conversation going data strong all season. Strikeout and a ground out, and it's back to the top. Here is Ghost. Boy, it seems like if Ghost can master the bunt base hit, the points he could add to his average with his speed. Batting left-handed.
You see Moustakas in at third. He does have 7 bunts hit. Normally, I'm not a big fan of the bunt hit with 2 outs, unless you're going to steal on the next pitch and make it a double.
Can't miss him. Chris Young, one of the tallest guys of the game, warming up for the Royals. Meanwhile, Blaine Hardy, he's been used a lot this year, the lefty for Brett Ausmus, warming up for the Tigers. Goes to single back in the third. That extended his career best on base streak to now 15 games. And he's reached now in 21 of the last 22. In play, Colon gobbles it up behind the bag, and that is the first 1-2-3 inning without any kind of base runner so far tonight for Volquez, as we are through 6. Tigers on top. Innings gives way to the bullpen now, and frequently use lefty Blaine Hardy on to work the 7th for the Tigers.
Well, he somehow made it into a major league bullpen without premium velocity. But he does have a couple of nasty breaking balls. There's one of them right there. Slider, curveball, changeup, and enough of a fastball to neutralize left-handers.
You're right. How many times you see a reliever these days with a fastball teetering at 89 to 90 miles an hour?
Typically, if you see them, they're throwing underhanded or sidearm.
Yeah.
Many conventional throwers, 89, 90.
This is Hosmer beginning the Royals 7th.
But yeah, I like the decision by Brett Ausmus to get Boyd out of the game. Kid pitched great, 89 pitches. Could he have pitched longer? Maybe, but third time around the lineup. Lefty's coming up here. And make sure you take him out of the game feeling good about the job that he did. You know, I'll go all the way back to Davey Johnson when he was managing the 1984 Mets. He was really good about making sure he got his young pitchers out of the game on a positive. Don't wait till there's trouble, then maybe the run scores, and the win goes away. Maybe you get a loss, someone else on the mound.
Hammered into right field, a base hit for Hosmer. Extra base hits have been tough to come by for the Royals' first baseman lately, but he slides in with a double. Nice way for the Royals to begin things in their half of the 7th. They put the tying runner in scoring position right away.
Hit this ball so hard, JD Martinez just wasn't able to cut it off. The four-seam fastball. Eric Hosmer just loves the baseball away from him. He's a big guy with long arms, and he loves to extend them. Only his third extra base hit this month. They've all been doubles.
His first hit tonight. He's at second base. And that brings in Morales. Opposite field home run back in the second. Entered tonight, 6th in the majors in runs batted in. Nearing his career best mark set back in 2009, 108 with the Angels, as Albuquerque is back up and stirring once again for the Tigers. Hardy was originally drafted by the Royals in the 22nd round back in 2008, so not a high draft pick at all. Was eventually released by Kansas City in spring training back in 2013. And this year, no one has pitched more out of the bullpen for the Tigers than Hardy. Off the mound, and a diving snare by Kinsler. What a play by the Tigers second baseman. Kinsler just saved a run and has kept the Royals off the board for the meantime here in the 7th.
Tigers got a bit of a break. This ball will hit the slope of the mound and kick a little bit to the right, just enough so that Kinsler can reach it with an outstanding play. Boy, that's on the heels of 2 outstanding plays he made on ground balls last night. What a season he has had. You know, Omar Vizquel, the first base coach of the Tigers, telling me he really should be in the conversation for Gold Glove at second base.
Now, if Omar Vizquel is saying that, you can see little O right there.
Nobody had better hands than Omar. His point being, Pedroia's been hurt this year. Robbie Cano, a down year. I think you've got Kinsler and Altuve in the mix at that position.
Moustakas, a solo shot. That came back in the 5th. It was home run number 20 on the season. Now tied with Salvador Perez for the most on the Royals this year. And we'll take a look at it. This was absolutely hammered.
Fastball, really not much on it. Up in the zone. Boyd knew it as soon as he let it go. Right here, he's trying to elevate anything from Hardy. Infield in. Don't think it would have the contact play on. In other words, Hosmer at third base wants to see this ball through the infield, not break on contact. Stock is trying to elevate something to the outfield.
Moustakas has been able to hit for power against lefties. 8 of his 20 homers against southpaws. Let's play a little more routine for Kinsler. 2 outs.
Nice job by Hardy, and of course Hosmer holding ground at third base, never breaking on that ball.
Fine start tonight from Boyd. Here comes Osmus. He's had Albuquerque warming up in the bullpen. And there he is. 2 outs. Hosmer, the tying run, is at third base, and we'll step aside. Albuquerque coming on for the Tigers. from Blaine Hardy to Al Albuquerque. 2 outs. Hosmer the tying run at third base, and here is Johnny Gomes.
This is the matchup Brad Ausmus wanted, right on Johnny Gomes. 207 against right-handed pitchers. And the one thing you're concerned about with Albuquerque coming in with the runner on third is that slider is a nasty pitch. With 2 strikes, he loves to bury it. Be careful you don't bury it too much. That's the pitch he throws for a strike. Now with 2 strikes, he's got to be really careful not to overthrow this pitch. Very tough for Avila to block his slider. Has such tight spin on it.
And there it goes. Right on cue. Hosmer coasts across home, and we are all tied up.
You know, that's the danger. I mean, you throw a good slider and you want to throw the world's greatest slider, and that's what happens. And Avila, even knowing this, I mean, he knows it as much as I do, tough to get out there with that tight spin. And that's why it's a risk. I know I said right on right is the matchup that you want, but with Albuquerque, no room for error with the runner on third base for that pitch.
Is your crystal ball for rent, Tom?
Nobody gets their hands on my crystal ball.
2-2. Another slider low, a full count.
Yeah, he'll throw that slider as much as most people throw their fastballs. And it's a good one, don't get me wrong.
A walk to Gomes with 2 outs. So Albuquerque out of the bullpen, a wild pitch and tie the game, then walks the man that he was called on to face. And Jeff Jones, Brett Ausmus, not happy. Gerard Dyson will pinch run for Gomes.
Obvious running situation here. 2 outs. Now Albuquerque has to divide his attention between Dyson and Sal Perez. The danger here is first pitch fastball. Now you want to get ahead. You just walk the guy, you throw a wild pitch to let him run in. You want to start to count ahead. This guy is going to ambush him if you throw it. And there's a balk. Talk about dividing attention.
Wow.
It looked like he was unsure what pitch he wanted to throw. Was on the rubber, flinched, and then stepped off. And that's a balk. Now Brad House is going to say, go ahead, put him on. We're not even going to pitch to him.
That's the 4th balk this year for Albuquerque. The rest of the Tigers pitching staff has 4, so this has been a bit of a problem. Kroll warming up in the bullpen for the Tigers.
Well, he's up just in case this inning continues on past Colon to Gordon.
Two outs and 2 on, and the go-ahead run in scoring position for Kansas City. This will go down as you got another blown save for the Tigers. This has been a problem all year for Detroit. The 3rd worst save percentage in baseball. Slider low to Colon for ball 1.
Avila's going out again. This looks like this inning is speeding up a little bit on Albuquerque.
We've had the walk, the balk, a wild pitch to tie it up, and an intentional walk to Perez. Perez at first base. Dyson, tons of speed, running out at second. Well, this game tonight has just continued to teeter back and forth.
A lot of traffic on the bases throughout this game, especially when Volquez was out there.
Here comes the 1-1 to Cologne. Boy, Avila's getting a workout.
Yeah, that was a great stop by Avila. Watch him just smother this baseball. The ball's going to bounce opposite of the spin. And he's got his body behind it as well. Good athletic movement, lateral movement there by Avila. Not just getting the glove down, but getting over.
Fights it away, opposite field, a base hit. Dyson being waved in. The throw way offline, and the Royals have taken the lead here in the 7th. You know, the Boo Birds raining down on Albuquerque. This has not been a good outing. And that is how it'll end.
Dyson just outruns this baseball. This ball was hit hard to right field. The outfield playing shallow on Cologne, and still no chance to get Dyson. Rough outing for Albuquerque.
Royals take the lead for the first time since a solo shot from Morales in the 2nd. We'll step aside. The third reliever for the Tigers here in the 7th inning, it is Ian Kroll. You've seen Hardy, Albuquerque, and now Kroll on to face the top of the order. Here is Gordon.
And Kroll is more of what comes off the assembly line at that factory for left-handed relievers. Power, mid-90s fastball, sets up on the first base side of the rubber, crossfire delivery. And a hard slider.
He was part of the Doug Fister trade with the Nationals in December of 2013. Been back and forth this year between Detroit and AAA Toledo. Royals trying to tack on. They've cashed in for 2 runs here in the 7th to tie and then take the lead. Count stays 0-2 to Gordon, looking to reach base for the first time tonight. Now Al Albuquerque wishing he could press the reset button. Gordon trying to break out of an 0 for 14 slump. He's punched out 8 times in those 14 at-bats. And a quality start tonight from Matt Boyd, but has gone by the wayside at this point.
He pitched an excellent game, and again, talking about someone who's seen the same team 4 times in his 10 starts. No more mystery facing Matt Boyd for the Royals, and he gave a solid quality start for Brad Ausmus.
Especially when you consider 2 starts ago against this same team, he did not go deeper than an inning. He went 1 frame, 6 runs on 7 hits. Count pushes full to Gordon. Colon at first, Perez at second base, and Zobrist on deck.
It's always a big pitch to me. Run the count to 3-2. Now a slow runner like Perez got a chance of scoring on a base hit.
Bases are full. Gordon, the walk, he reaches base for the first time. And Kroll out of the bullpen puts a man on. Zobrist has been awfully good in his career with the bases full. 6 grand slams. Gordon at first. Colon in at second. Perez the man at third. Oh, 2.
You don't see Zobrist chase as much out of the strike zone, as far out of the strike zone as he did right there. Now he's got to go into battle mode here. 0-2. This is where Kroll likes that hard slider. Down and in.
And he gets him swinging right on top of it. That is a big strikeout from Kroll to end things in the top of the 7th. He'll leave him loaded, but the Royals cash in. They get 2. They take the lead of the stretch. Solo shots Morales and Moustakas both out to right field. Cabrera has driven it 2 with 1 swing. That was on the base hit in the 3rd inning. That gave the Tigers a lead at the time. And the runners at scoring position at the time, you can see here the Tigers, we mentioned the number of base runners they've had, as they've stranded 7 base runners, and you can see they've had their chances. Some changes defensively. Dyson, who pinch ran and scored, is in center field. Kane moves to right field.
I was just getting into a little bit of Billy Joel right there, the sing-along. I feel like I'm back in high school, man. I get Star Wars and Billy Joel. And here's Chris Young. If you want to understand the importance of creating angles for pitchers, this is the best example. Such a high release point, 6'11", overhand pitcher. Hitters just don't see the ball coming at the angle that Chris Young creates. Certainly not a hard thrower, but deception because the ball descending so much on the way to the plate.
Facing Kinsler to begin the bottom of the 7th. Chris Young, last year the American League Comeback Player of the Year. Kinsler a pop-up. You see a lot of this with Young pitching. Cologne, the 2-hand squeeze, out number 1.
You're absolutely right, Aaron. That's classic Chris Young. 88 upstairs. The hitter can't get on top of it. I'm telling you, it's all about the angle. You can just take your radar gun and put it away when this guy gets on the mound, because that does not tell a story.
When you think about perfect ballparks, last year's, we can see what it looks like from the batter's perspective.
I mean, look at that release point. It's just so high, and he'll pitch upstairs all the time with that fastball. And he gets tremendous amount of pop-ups and fly balls.
Now, last year when he faced Johnny Gomes, when Gomes was with the A's and Young was with the Mariners, Gomes had the line saying, "It looks like he's pitching right out of the clouds." It's pretty accurate. 1-0, nobody on for Cabrera. Not good numbers against Young. You saw him there, 2 for 20.
I mean, if I were representing Chris Young in court trying to make a case for him and how difficult he is for hit, that's Exhibit A.
That's right.
Miguel Cabrera, best hitter on the planet, 2 for 20.
Now, last year, Young pitching at Safeco Field. This year, pitching at the K, Kauffman Stadium. Those are 2 perfect ballparks for Chris Young.
Yeah, he's gone through San Diego. He's gone through Citi Field. He's picking the right spots.
An all-star back in 2007 with the Padres. 1 out walk to Cabrera, and we'll go back to the studio. Let's check in with Ryan with the game break. All right, Ryan, thank you for the update. Don Mattingly happy to get Kendrick back. And Mike Scioscia probably wishing he still had Kendrick in some ways. Although Andrew Heaney has pitched well. 1 out, 1 on. Here is Martinez. A go-ahead run for the Tigers.
Well, let's see how J.D. Martinez matches up against Chris Young. Earlier I talked about the changes in his swing. Check out the difference. 2013 with the Astros, he gets up on his front toe almost like he's testing the temperature of the water in a pool. The bat and his hands were much higher in 13. Look how much lower they are. The big difference, watch how the front hip opens up in 13. Now much more closed, and the hands connected. The back elbow much closer to the body. That's a connected swing instead of letting the hands get away from him. Those are major swing changes. I was talking to JD today about it, and he said, you know, people ask me, well, what did you do differently? And he was like, well, everything. He says, people always just want one thing. Did you change one thing? He said, I actually changed everything about my swing. It's totally different. And that's why I kind of give the Astros a pass. When they let him go in spring training, he had changed his swing that off season. It just hadn't had time to take root. Give the Tigers credit for picking him up.
Orsolani and Rondon warming up in the bullpen. Opposite way, a long chase. Dyson at the wall, and he makes the catch. Now we know the type of opposite field pop that J.D. Martinez has. And Comerica Park gobbles up a home run.
Yeah, this just didn't sound right off the bat. Just a little bit down off the barrel, not completely on the sweet spot. Want to see where this ball does hit on the barrel. Yeah, just down at the end of the bat. Now that's a matter of millimeters. That ball's out if it's on the better part of the bat. Instead, it's another fly ball out for Chris Young.
Dyson taking over in center. Kane moving to right. 2 outs. Cabrera stays put at first after the 4-pitch walk, and here is Victor Martinez.
And now Hosmer's looking in and say, "You don't want me to hold him on, do you?" Absolutely not. Miguel's not going anywhere at first base. Victor loves to pull the baseball. Anything inside. We've got Zobrist in the prevent defense in right field there at second base.
He's in the shotgun.
It's a cruel world these days, Aaron, for left-handed hitters without speed. It's just very difficult to find an area to get a base hit on the ground to the right side.
Down to 1-1 to Martinez. A double, a walk, and a sac fly tonight. Perez keeps it in front of him. Cabrera the tying run. Victor Martinez the go-ahead run for the Tigers. Back and forth we have gone here tonight. Game 2 of 3. It wraps up tomorrow. Tigers walking up the win last night. Three and 1.
Yeah, once again, we'll point out, especially to a Royals fan, you see a 4-3 game 7th inning. Where's Herrera? With Davis behind him and Holland behind him. None available today because of their recent workload.
And Young has not been sharp with his command. 14 pitches, 11 balls. Took over for Edison Volquez, 3 runs over 6. Swinging, hammered, right field, and gone! The Tigers flip the script again. They've taken the lead on a mighty swing from Victor Martinez. Ned Yost unamused. Short-handed tonight in Detroit.
Fastball up, maybe not quite up enough. Victor goes out and gets it. This ball away from him. Watch him hook it out of the ballpark. Front side stays closed. Kabam. You know, I talked about J.D. Martinez just missing that ball. This was an entirely different sound. That sounded like a home run.
And for Martinez, his first homer in 33 games. Make it 32. You got to go back to the 8th of August. Let's take another listen. This is making the FX guys awfully proud tonight.
I mean, Aaron, you could have had your eyes closed at that moment and known that that ball was gone. That was a ringing home run.
Chasing down to his shoot tops. Castellanos down on strikes for the second time. But Victor Martinez with Cabrera aboard at first base. Chris Young, a fly ball pitcher, normally doesn't get burned. Not this time. Martinez gives the Tigers the lead through 7th. As the Tigers have now taken the lead, we take a look at one of the hardest throwers out of any bullpen, Bruce Rondon.
Yeah, serious high octane right here. Might hit triple digits. Good power slider to go with it. Once in a while, mix it a changeup, but fastball, slider, power, and more power.
Facing Lorenzo Cain. Well, then this is the problem for the Tigers. When they have been able to get the lead, they have not been able to hold the lead. We mentioned the bullpen for years has been a problem here in Detroit, especially this year. The highest bullpen ERA in the American League. So Osmus holding that, hoping that now his closer Rondon can hold it for him. Lorenzo Cain, one of our DraftKings players to watch. We take a look at the update on Cain tonight.
And Cain's job right here, get on base any way that you can.
Hard hit ground ball right there to Kinsler. That won't do it. Out number one. We'll take a game break. Let's check in with Ryan back in Los Angeles. Ryan. All right, thank you, Ryan. Tom, safe to say that the Rangers team that we are all watching these days is, well, completely different than the Rangers team that we saw in April and in May as well, and really the whole first half of the season for the most part.
No doubt. You know, when they made that trade to get Cole Hamels, I, like a lot of people, thought, well, that gives them pretty good rotation in 2016.
Right.
2015 is turning out okay. Derek Collin came off the DL, and Prince Fielder has just been rolling lately. Huge series against the Astros.
Romine has taken over at third base for Castellanos. 0-2.
This is an interesting matchup. Rodon likes to keep that fastball away to Hosmer, who loves the ball away. The outfield defends him almost as if he were a right-handed pull hitter. I'd much rather pound him inside, make him pull the ball, and pitch to his strength away. A lot of times you hear about late in the game, one-run game, you don't want to make a mistake inside. But in Hosmer's case, he likes the fastball away.
Now, Rondon has not been striking as many out lately. The walks have gone up, the strikeouts have gone down. Only 24 years old. One out, nobody on. Clock to right field. A late break for Martinez. Martinez looking, and it's right over the top of the fence for a home run. And we are tied up. It's been a long time coming for Hosmer. August 14th. You can put a red pin in the calendar. That's the last time that Hosmer went deep.
Oh, that's a mistake by Rondon. High velocity, yes. This is a pitch he wanted away. That's middle. Actually, Avila had given the sign, fingers pointing up. I want the fastball up out of the zone, make him chase. That pitch is right in the wheelhouse, middle. Either in or out or up or down. Exactly, if you had a T as a hitter, that's where you would want it. That's pretty strong. I still got it, guys. It's still there.
Ball one to Morales. And Morales scorches this to right field, but on a line. And Martinez for round number two. I'll keep up with the pennant races in true HD quality on MLB.TV Premium. Watch every out-of-market game live on more than 400 supported devices. Real-time highlights, live look-ins, pitch tracking widget, and more. You can visit MLB.TV today. Timing from Hosmer to go deep for the first time in a long time, and that brings in now Moustakas with 2 outs. We talked about Yost, a little handcuffed tonight with a short bullpen. Imagine for Ausmus a year of a bullpen that has struggled this much. His offense has done plenty tonight to win the game for the Tigers. But the bullpen has been a massive Achilles heel, especially this evening.
Yeah, that's a great point. You know, we're sitting here talking about the Royals and how Ned might order his bullpen late in games with some questions about Holland's stuff. See Morales up the left-hander in the bullpen, but with Brad Ausmus, it's really a matter of no great choices and how to order them.
You look at the two most reliable arms in the bullpen for the Tigers this year. Alex Wilson, we saw him last night and gave up the ninth inning home run to Salvador Perez. And then we've already seen Blaine Hardy out for 2/3 of an inning. Two guys that have been used the most. 2-2. Well, the fastball velocity tonight from Rondon, Tom, has not been quite what we've seen before. He's 94, 95. We've seen him push 98 to 100.
Absolutely. He should be averaging in the upper 90s. Actually also mixed in a couple of rare changeups in these sequences.
Topped out at 96. Normally for Rondon, that's taken a little something off. 3 solo homers tonight for the Royals. One by this man at the plate right now, Moustakas. Line drive, and it evades Kinsler.
I mean, you're right about that fastball. That one at 94. I mean, even Kane's ground ball was hit fairly sharp, but certainly the last 3 batters. Hosmer the home run, Morales the line drive to right, Moustakas the base hit to right, all squared up on the fastball.
Just got a piece of the glove. First at bat for Dyson. Dyson, the speedster, the former 50th round pick. And what a weapon off the bench.
That's a stat you normally see in a basketball game.
Exactly.
Not a baseball game.
5 ties, 5 lead changes.
How many timeouts do they have left?
Got a media timeout coming up. We've seen 4 homers. 1 by the Tigers. That was the 2-run shot by Victor Martinez that gave the Tigers a lead momentarily before Hosmer tied it back up here in the 8th. Dyson with a little lift the opposite way, backing Collins up, and Collins to his wallet is able to hold on. And it wasn't pretty, but it was what the Tigers needed. Moustakas stranded at first base, and Dyson will have to tip his cap to Collins on the warning track. Tigers and Royals even at 5 apiece. We'll take a look at the Gatorade plays of the game, and we'll go back to the 5th inning. Lorenzo Cain, it turns out to be sacrifice fly. Top could have been a lot worse for the Royals.
One of the biggest outfields in all of baseball, center field at Comerica. Cain saw most of it. And how about Dyson? He says, I can cover some ground too. Deep into the cutout in right center field, running this one down.
JD Martinez, a hit taken away. Dyson off the bench in center, Cain now in right, and a new pitcher up on the mound. It is Franklin Morales. And a pinch hitter is Rajai Davis.
You see Brad Ausmus countering Morales coming into the game, but the left-handers do. Davis takes the place of Collins.
Davis comes and takes it inside right there. He will take first base, and the Tigers have the go-ahead run at first.
That looked like a cutter that just kept on cutting. Heat-seeking missile had no chance of getting out of the way of this.
That's not how Rajai Davis was hoping to be greeted off the bench.
That's a cutter. Just keeps working in and in and in on him.
Meanwhile, Salvador Perez out to the mound to have a quick chat with Morales. Moustakas joining the conversation late.
Did you say Salvador Perez out to the mound? I mean,
That's
really,
been said before,
there's nobody. That path between home plate and the mound, it wasn't there before this series began.
He's a communicator, Tom. And a frequent one at that. Avila to bunt.
Now, this is unusual. Ask Avila to bunt. That's a tough matchup, left on left.
Now Morales has scuffled a little bit lately. 7 runs, 6 of those earned his last 4 appearances. Keeping an eye on Davis. The Tigers, the best hitting team in baseball, hitting .272. They do not drop down many sacrifice bunts. Trying to do that here.
And I'll tell you, I'd take it off right there. And I just don't like asking guys who are not good at something to do that one skill. The bunt attempt here, not great. The bat's behind him, and whoops. He's going to catch Salvi on the rebound off the ground. All right, look at the angle of the bat. It's 2 mistakes there. Bat behind the plate and also raising the bat up. Set it at the top of the strike zone and never let it go up. Only down to the baseball.
Right back on the path. Down to second. On to first. And a double play. That proves costly for the Tigers. The gifted batter, base runner that is, Davis wiped away.
Yeah, not a big fan of that. This is going to travel right up the Salvador Perez Road to the pitcher's mound. And 2. And the other issue there, you're bunting up to the number 9 hitter in the order, Machado. He's been handled all 3 times.
Well, any chance of the grass slowing that down a little bit? That was right up the pathway. Made for a pretty easy play from Morales. Think about it too for Avila. He'd been swinging a pretty hot bat. He'd reached in over half of his last 14 plate appearances. Have the double, the walk tonight. The opposite way and dropping in for a base hit. 2-out base runner for the Tigers. Machado reaching for the first time tonight. And that'll bring in Ghost.
getting back to Avila on the bunt. Prior to that, he'd been asked to bunt 12 times in sack situations in his career. Did get 9 of those down. Essentially about once or twice a year he's asked to bunt.
So Shaver warming up in the bullpen for the Royals.
Better position on the bunt. He gets the bat out early, which I much prefer. Just bunts it too hard right back to the mound. The angle of the bat, not great.
Ball and a strike to Ghost.
Yeah, they wanted that pitch. Perez held that ball for a long time. He wasn't going to get the count. The call changed.
You don't see that curveball often from Morales, but went with it there. Now Ghost ahead of the count, 2-1. Backs him up, and Ghost now really ahead of the driver's seat. 3 balls and a strike. Kinsler on deck with 2 outs.
I got to figure it's got to be a challenge fastball right here to Ghost. A little bit surprised he took that. I know he's not a home run hitter. Like he was taking all the way with the body language.
Shaver continuing to stir.
Saw the call from Perez. Just check the runner. 3-2, 2 outs. He's running, but maybe if you take away 1 step, it might mean the difference between scoring or not on a ball down the lines or in the gap.
On the corner, strike 3 call. Ghost caught looking, and Machado stranded at first base. We are through 8, tied up at 5. Home for postseason action with the American League Division and Championship Series. Don't miss a moment of the drama and history. It all begins on October 8th, right here on FS1 and streaming live on Fox Sports Go. As Neftali Feliz takes over for the Tigers, we'll take a glance at the American League Central standings. The Twins, Tom, swept at home in the doubleheader against the Angels, so the magic number dipping now to 4 for the Royals.
Down to 4, can get it down to 3 if they can find a way to tack another run onto this Detroit bullpen. It's amazing. The Tigers trying for their 4th win in a row for the first time since they started the season 6-0. 7 other times they've had a 3-game winning streak since then. They lost all 7.
I've not been able to string it together. There was Perez, the man who forced extra innings last night with 2 outs in the 9th inning, the 2-run homer to tie it up. The first pitch, a soft ground ball to Kinsler. 1 out.
It's a great pitch by Perez. Feliz, rather. Perez is a guy who you almost have to start pitching to him like the count's 0-2. He's such an aggressive hitter. That real good slider there from Feliz to get himself 1 pitch, 1 out.
Feliz now 27 years old, his 7th major league season. Former American League Rookie of the Year. Designated for assignment by the Rangers. Did not accept the option to go to the minor leagues. Was picked up by the Tigers. Think about how vicious Feliz was, though, before the Tommy John. A different pitcher in some ways now.
Now you see the outfield alignment here. Look how shallow Ghost in center, Martinez and right are. Normally in the game, you want to keep the batter out of scoring position. Tie game, 9th inning.
Drops that in for a strike.
In Colon's case, they just don't feel like, especially opposite field, middle of the field, he's got the power to make them pay for playing so shallow.
Colon, the RBI single back in the 7th. That gave the Royals the lead at the time. Off the hands, and a little flare. Drops in over Machado. Go ahead, run at first base. Well, coming up next, our full day of college football caps off with an early season heavyweight showdown as 19th ranked BYU squares off with 10th ranked UCLA on FS1. It's all after our game right here on your home for college football, FS1. One out, 1 on for Gordon, back at the top of the order.
And you didn't think this was going to be a 1-2-3 inning, did you? The way this game is going?
We've had 4 of those half innings so far tonight.
There's been more action in this game than the original Star Wars episode. I hate to say that to all the Star Wars fans that are out there in their gear for tonight's game. But it has been a back and forth battle.
I'm really surprising that these two teams have combined for only 10 runs with the amount of base runners we've seen tonight.
5 blown leads in this game, 3 of them by Detroit.
Royals trying to turn around what has been a difficult month of September so far. 6-11. It's funny when you look at the other team that has really struggled this month in September, the Astros, entering at 4-12 this month.
Common denominator, bullpens running on empty. Astros bullpen has lost 7 games this month, the worst ERA in the league. Of course, Kansas City's bullpen, the best in the league for the first 5 months. Unreliable this month of September. ERA over 5.
Check in there with Colon. Gordon looking for his first hit tonight. Couple of strikeouts. He walked his last time up in the 7th. The Royals trying to claim their first division title since 1985. Same year as their only World Series title. They have never won the Central. Their last division title was in the American League West. Magic number down to 4. Could be 3 depending on how this one goes for Kansas City. Now Feliz looked like he thought that was a strike. Instead, 2-2.
Feliz and Avila going backdoor on the slider. Does it catch the back corner of the plate? You saw Alex's glove kind of pull in a little bit. That's a signal to me that it was off the plate.
Pallone at first base. Full count.
A good chance to start the runner right here.
One out, one on, and a full count. There he goes.
Saw that ball away from him. Alex Gordon, he's not going to take that ball the other way. He likes to hook the baseball. Anything away, he still wants to hit up the middle, right field gap, even dead right field.
Pallone head start back to first base. The Royals tonight have connected on 3 solo homers. It began with Morales in the 2nd. Moustakas with a tape measure shot to right field in the 5th. And then Hosmer, his first home run since the middle of last month. Over 30 games. That has put us to where we are now, 5 apiece. Strike 3 called, and an airmail into center field. Pallone will stay put, though. You can see Avila shaking his head. And a chance for a strike him out, throw him out, but not right here.
Yeah, the slider that he didn't backdoor before, now he gets the plate on this. It's a tough play for Avila. Ball's down by his feet. Tries to rush to throw. I'm not sure he had a shot. Maybe closer play with better throw, but as you said, that was an airmail delivery.
Royals have lost their last 4 games decided by a run.
We started talking about the Tigers. Bad team somehow has played well in these close games. They've lost the most games in the league by 5 runs, the blowout games. Close games, they've done okay.
With the bullpen the way that it has been, that defies all logic, doesn't it?
Does it? I think it speaks to their offense, though. They have great situational hitters. Miguel Cabrera and Victor Martinez especially. Throw Ian Kinsler in there this year, the way he's used the whole field. I think offense covering some of those mistakes or flaws from the bullpen.
Feliz working the 9th inning for the Tigers. Cabrera off the bag at first, and that'll do it for the Royals. And the top of the 9th, Colon stranded in scoring position. The Tigers a chance to walk off with a win for the 2nd straight night. night, all even at 5 apiece as we enter the bottom of the 9th inning, and the Tigers have the right men coming up. It'll be Kinsler, Cabrera, and J.D. Martinez to face a new pitcher, Luke Hochevar.
Yeah, he pitched the other night and showed a fantastic curveball, real good depth to it, cutter, fastball. Matchup here with Kinsler, a good one for Luke. 1 for 16, but on deck, Miguel Cabrera, career .450 hitter against Hochevar with a .700 slugging percentage.
Any kind of run wins it for the Tigers. Opposite way in towards the corner. This sends Kane over a long foul ball. Five of the last home wins against Kansas City for this Tigers ball club have come in a walk-off fashion, including last night. 0-2. There's the curve.
Yeah, that's a good one. He can drop it in for a strike or 2 strikes as a chase pitch down in the dirt.
Last walk-off hit for Kinsler coming at the expense of Kansas City. In play, a bouncer, and it gets past Cologne. Tigers have the winning run at first base.
One thing the Royals have done against Kinsler is shaved the shortstop over towards the hole. He burned them last night with a base hit that Alcides Escobar could not get. And this one, you see Cologne just can't get to the baseball. The last hop comes up on him, but that's more a matter of positioning, expecting Kinsler to pull the ball towards the 5.5 hole. And now here's the matchup. Miguel Cabrera, 18 for 40 lifetime against Luke Hochevar.
Chance to win it for the Tigers. Keeping Kinsler close. .11 in his career for Cabrera. It has been a while, though. Couldn't quite make his mind up. Strike one.
Saw the depth of the outfield. Rarely in Major League Baseball when you see the off-field fielder, the right fielder in this case, playing with his back towards the right field wall.
Kinsler leads at first, held by Hosmer. Buzzes the tower, and that gets a piece of Cabrera's hand.
And I'm sure Ned Yost is going to take a look at this. If it actually hit him, Cabrera, after the cutter, was holding his ground there, and that was a fastball that stayed in. Didn't see. There's Don Wakamatsu, the bench coach. He's waiting to see what word he hears from the replay man that they have in the clubhouse. I think it's worth a shot either way. Well, I don't know. That's super close.
Tell from there. If it did anything, it barely scraped the knuckles.
Good sell job by Miguel Cabrera for sure. As you said, if it hit him, it barely grazed him, but the reaction was there to help sell the call.
Well, and in this case, as it is every time in this situation, the initial call looms so large. Can they find the evidence to overturn the initial call that he was hit by the pitch? Gary Cederstrom, the man who made the call, the crew chief home plate umpire on the headsets, and he called it a hit by pitch right away. Tough to see the ball reroute, isn't it, Tom?
Yeah, it is. I mean, to me, that does not show that it hit him. But as you said, the original call is what you have to work off of. Is there definitive evidence that it does not hit the hand? Now, in these cases, I go more on the reaction of the hitter. By that I mean, does he start shaking the hand immediately after getting hit? There's a slight delay there.
I see Cabrera checking in on his hand at first base.
Greatest hitter on the planet? Not a bad thespian either.
Now, the Royals this year have been one of the more successful teams in terms of winning challenges.
Gary Cederstrom just mentioning to Perez and Hochevar, go ahead and throw some pitches if you want.
Yeah.
That means we're going to be here a while, guys. It's not an easy one.
And he will stay at first base.
Yeah, it was interesting watching Brad Ausmus there. He just mentioned to Miguel Cabrera that if Kinsler takes off from second base, that he should stay and not run into an out on a double steal.
Now, for those of you wanting to tune into BYU UCLA as our college football coverage continuing here tonight on FS1. Right now, you can find it on FS2 or on Fox Sports Go.
And you see Hochevar. He understands, you know, if you're going to give, it's a bit of a gamble, but there's no one even near Kinsler at second base.
First batter Hochevar has hit this year. There's that good curveball, 0-1 to Martinez. Now speed at second base in Kinsler. The winning run for the Tigers, looking for their first 4-game winning streak since the opening week of the year. Oh, 2.
Cutter right there. You saw a shot at the outfield, of course, with the Cabrera at bat. We saw how deep they were. Now the runner in scoring position. Dyson, Kane have to shorten up. Gordon's still fairly deep in left field.
Most home runs in the game this year with runners on base. Not a lot of solo shots for Martinez. 23 of the 37. Trying to get to that number 40. Hochevar ahead. Keeping eyes on Kinsler.
Yeah, Kinsler's doing a nice job dancing off the bag, just planting a seed in his mind and maybe going. Also helps shorten up his lead a little bit in the event of a single.
Stays 0-2.
Nice approach there by Martinez. Kept his hands inside the baseball. Good 2-strike approach from a pure power hitter.
Winning run at second for the Tigers. Couldn't quite get the feel of that curve.
I figure he goes back to the cutter here, and Martinez wouldn't surprise me. Shoots this ball to the right side.
Martinez a chance to win it for Detroit. There goes Kinsler to third, and Kinsler is in there without a throw.
Cabrera stayed at first. Obviously, they had a scouting report on Hochevar. From second base, you can take the bag. Ausmus had told Cabrera, if he takes off, stay there. Don't run into an out on the back end. Huge base by Ian Kinsler.
Now that is enormous. Will not take a hit to win this game now for the Tigers. Infield in. Right back to Hochevar. Looking all around. Down to second. They'll get Cabrera. One out. Runner still at first and third.
We'll see here. He has to wait till the infielders can get to the bag with the infield in. No panic. Got plenty of time. Obviously, no contact play on with Kinsler at third base with nobody out. Now a different situation. The Royals can go back in the middle infield and play for a double play on Victor Martinez. Anything on the ground, pretty much a guaranteed double play. But if you saw the sacrifice situation, he's excellent at getting a pitch to elevate.
Now Martinez, 3 RBIs. He had the deep sac fly out to about as deep as it goes in center field. You can see his numbers against Hochevar. A little over 300. And then Victor Martinez crushing his 10th homer of the season. That gave the Tigers a 5-4 lead at the time. Perez out for a quick pep talk. Talking strategy against Martinez, who has long been one of the best hitters in the game with runners in scoring position. Those numbers have dipped significantly this year. But as we have seen tonight, a very productive evening for Martinez. A double, the walk, the sac fly, a 2-run homer. Doesn't get much better. Winning run for the Tigers at third base. And it's ball 1 to Martinez. Tigers trying to walk off with a win for the second straight night against Kansas City. 2-0.
Can't give in to Victor Martinez. Romine come out on deck to pinch hit. This is not a must situation to attack with a strike.
Two and one. Tigers with nothing left to play for this year but pride. In last place, trying to pose a speed bump to the Royals, who are the eventual champions in this division. Good look at Rajai Davis. Kinsler the winning run at third. High towards the line and into the seats.
Almost looked like Alex Gordon was halfway there and decided, I better not catch that baseball. It's game over.
That's right. We've seen him dive into the seats before. And another toss.
Up the Perez pathway, and this is a big conversation right here. What do you want to throw? Not only this pitch, but the next pitch as well. Reading that swing there from Martinez, you saw he was trying to elevate the baseball, staying back on the baseball, letting it travel. Hochevar's best pitch is that cut fastball.
Winning run right there, Kinsler. Led off this bottom of the ninth with a single up the middle. Moved to second on the hit by pitch to Cabrera. Stole third. One out, bottom nine. Kinsler the winning run. That really moved the head of Martinez. Full count.
Curveball froze Victor. Just too high.
Will Victor Martinez win it for the Tigers here? Here comes the 3-2, and he walks him. The bases are full. And Yost working shorthanded tonight. No Holland, no Davis, no Herrera, no Madsen either. And here is Romine batting in the spot of Castellanos. He took over for him defensively. Romine 5 for 7 this year with the bases full. Goes after the first pitch. Dyson coming in, makes the catch. Here's the throw. Tag! Safe! Kinsler scores and the Tigers win!
Ball not hit very deep. We see Ned Yost wants to take a look at it. Going to challenge it.
For the time being, Andrew Romine has won the game for the Tigers, but we will find out.
This throw is offline, and Perez has to dive back to the plate. It's a good athletic play by Perez. Did he get the glove down in time? That angle, he looks safe.
O'Shaver couldn't believe it. He was backing up home.
It looked like the glove missed him. Did he get the toe or not? One of the dangers sliding feet first into home is to make sure you keep that lead foot down to get the plate. Looks like Kinsler did. The question is, did the glove of Perez hit the toe of Kinsler?
They will have to find evidence to overturn this.
I think he's safe. Gary Cedarstrom right on top of the play. I know you have the backup of instant replay, but he was in great position to make that call to see the entire play. Looked to me like Kinsler did a great job seeing where the throw took Perez inside the diamond to go for the outside of the plate.
Romine on the left, Kinsler on the right, Cedarstrom in the middle. And at this point, it is all up to New York. A phrase we're learning more and more about this year. He is out. The tag must have gotten the toe.
We saw Gary Cedarstrom tell Brad Ausmus, don't come out. Not permitted to argue a call that's been challenged.
We are going to extras to the 10th. We go here in Detroit. Ruled safe, an umpire review ruled out, and that was about as close as they can come, Tom.
Oh, man. I'm telling you, Star Wars got nothing on this game. One more pitcher for the Tigers, this time Tom Gorzolani. The left-hander is trying to reinventing himself using different release points on the delivery. On we go.
It is Kane to begin things in extras. Well, last night when these two teams played 12 innings, they combined to use 10 pitchers. Gorzolani is the 11th here tonight. And a reminder once again for those of you hoping to see BYU and UCLA on this college football Saturday, you can find it on FS2 and on Fox Sports Go. We'll get you to that as soon as this one is over with on FS1. Broken bat, and Kinsler for out number 1.
You know, going back to the replay on this play at the plate in New York, not only can they watch the replay we can watch, they can blow this up to determine whether there's contact with the glove on the foot. And their determination was yes. That little swipe by Perez, obviously not by much. Leather hits shoe top. Runner is out.
That close. One out for Hosmer. Looks at strike one. Through the right side, a base hit for Hosmer. Go ahead and run it first with one out for Kansas City. Boy, nice night for Hosmer. 3 hits his last 3 times up, and double the homer, and now the single.
Not a bad night. You get to the 7th inning with no hits. Now you got 3 of them. 2 of them for extra bases and a big single right there.
On a roll in Morales here. Switch hitting DH. The solo shot back in the second. That made it 1-0 Kansas City, and how far we have come since then. Well, no matter what happens tonight for the Royals, even if they lose this evening, they have gained ground in the Central, with the Angels sweeping the doubleheader at Target Field against the Twins. Kansas City entered tonight with a magic number to win the Central, what would be their first Central title. With a magic number at 6, it is now down to 4. Now Almonte, you can see warming up in the bullpen.
Less importantly, but still not irrelevant, the battle for the home field advantage, the best record in the league, battling Toronto. When I asked Ned Yost about that race, a little bit surprised. He said, yeah, we'll be grinding for that. Doesn't mean we get crazy and not give guys days off when they need them. For instance, Sal Perez, I'm sure, will get a day off tomorrow. But once the division is had, they'll still play this thing out, try to get home field advantage throughout.
Giving a Rios a night off tonight. Two and two.
Talked about Kinsler being a back foot hitter. Kendry Morales, extreme back foot hitter. When he makes contact, you'll see that front foot go up in the air, spin off the heel.
Hosmer, the one-out single to right field. Orsolani now in his 11th big league season. Native of Evergreen Park, Illinois, 33 years old. First season ever in the American League. This is yanked foul.
Orsolani throwing a lot of breaking balls in this sequence, trying to get Kendrys Morales to roll over on something, not anything on the ground. Short double play with Morales. He's gone more to those breaking balls than the sinker, which is actually his best pitch.
And he has really struggled against right-handed hitters this year. They're hitting nearly 3 3/4 against him. Morales had gone 9 straight games without driving in a run until that solo blast into second. He's been one of the best run producers in the league this year, let alone in all of baseball. He has a chance to set a new career mark in RBIs this year. He drove in 108 back in 2009. He's now sitting at 102 with the home run earlier tonight. Hosmer at first for this payoff pitch. Cutting right through it, and Hosmer in a little bit of a pickle. Throw back, and he's out. Strike him out, throw him out, and not the most conventional way. Well, that is how the top of the 10th ends.
He knew he wasn't going to make it on the throw, so he said, I better get back. Too late.
It's all tied up 5 apiece in the middle game of this 3-game series. Tigers winning last night in 12. And they're hoping for a walk-off win again tonight as Miguel Almonte, only 22 years old, is on to work things at the bottom of the 10th.
He might not have thought when he came to the park today he'd be in this situation. Tie game, 10th inning on the road. Great stuff. Real live arm. High 90s fastball. Very good changeup. Curveball that can be a weapon when he has command of it.
His big league debut came in Kansas City against the Tigers. In fact, this is only his 5th major league appearance, all coming in this month, and it's his 3rd against Detroit. He faces the veteran Rajai Davis. Comes in with the first pitch strike.
Well, the only question, Aaron, is what's next? We've had just about everything in this game. Home runs, 5 lead changes. The game was won, but then overturned, not won. Tie game.
We've had the
balks, wild pitches, strange double plays.
I'm excited. Who knows?
Can't wait.
Almonte working ahead of Davis, 0-2.
We said with the big 4 relievers in the bullpen for Kansas City unavailable, this would be unlike any Royals game.
And it has been. 3 pitches, all strikes. Davis quickly out number 1. And right now let's check in with Rob Stone for a game break. Rob? All right, thank you, Rob. What it started has been for BYU this year. That game following this one tonight here at Comerica Park. 1 out, bases empty for Avila. Dumpleton scored back in the 3rd.
You got to look at Almonte's stuff with that 90-mile-an-hour changeup for the punch-out. Talk about arm speed. There's the grip, the circle change, a little side-to-side rotation on it. Great arm speed on that changeup from the young pitcher.
Now, there are certain pitchers in the game, whether a starter or a reliever, that really use that changeup as a power pitch. It can be done.
Whew, there it is again. Why not keep throwing it, right?
When Almonte tried out for the Royals Academy in the Dominican Republic, he walked 4, only retired 1 batter. He was so sure that he wouldn't get signed that he asked for his travel money back to go home before hearing that he actually would be signed and that the Royals did want him. And with the electric stuff that we can see here, you can understand part of the reason why.
I mean, what I like about him is he's got a little bit of Giordano Ventura, except a little more controlled in the delivery. By that I mean very athletic, very smooth. Not a big guy, but certainly maximizes the size that he does have in terms of velocity with the great mechanics.
One out, nobody on, 2 balls and 2 strikes. The way of Alex Avila. .97, but misses for a full count.
The way he throws that changeup, I would not be shocked to see one right here, full count. He threw it, missed.
Winning run at first.
There it is again, the circle change grip, side to side rotation. Nice job by Avila.
Dixon Machado won it last night. It would take a lot to score Avila from first base. The game winner last night off of Holland.
Machado got a pitch up last night. Mentioned off of Holland. Drove that in the corner. Just evaded the glove of Alex Gordon in left field. First career walk-off. Trying to do it again. The sequel.
And we'll take a look at that hit from last night. With Gordon in left field, you never know. Anything can get tracked down, but not this one.
I didn't think Alex had any shot at this, but he somehow made it close. Closing ground on it.
Machado getting mobbed. That was his first at-bat since Sunday. He's ahead here 2-0. Remember, the shortstop position for the Tigers very different now. No Iglesias, the All-Star this year, out since the early days of this month. The fractured middle finger. Boston Romine has played it short a lot. There you can see Iglesias, one of the best defensively in the game. 2-2. And there is some question as to whether or not Iglesias will play again this year. Had it looked at once again yesterday, waiting to hear the results earlier today. And he's contributed offensively, hitting .300 this year at the bottom of the order for the Tigers.
Well, this is one case. I'm looking at Hosmer holding Avila on at first base. I would be behind him on his hip pocket.
Swinging right through it. Broke out the curveball.
Moot point with a breaking ball, but with his velocity, Machado's long swing, the ball might have been bound for the right-hand side where the hole was open with holding the runner. In this case, don't worry about it. Just throw the nasty curveball, get him out in front.
2 outs. Avila still at first. He was walked. And here is Ghost. Broken bat. You can hear the crack of the thud. And there is out number 3. Fielder's choice for Ghost. We go to the 11th, all even. And a reminder once again, if you're looking for college football, BYU at UCLA, you can find that right now on FS2 and on Fox Sports Go. We'll take you there as soon as this one is over with, but we begin the top of the 11th. And Moustakas begins things for the Royals. Orioles still up there for the Tigers.
Well, you mentioned the troubles Gorzelani has against right-handed hitters. You can see how tough he is on lefties with that low release point.
Foul ground. Romine at third. Out number one.
He's got another one coming up in Dyson. Cribbing from the playbook of another former Pirates pitcher, Zach Duke. See the splits right there. Zach Duke, career in jeopardy until he dropped down from the left-hand side. Got himself a nice free agent contract from the White Sox.
First pitch to Dyson, scoring a bunt. It was Dyson who took over for Johnny Gomes as a pinch runner back in the 7th after Gomes walked. One and one. Chopping. Gorzelani whips a throw to first base in time, and that's saying something with Dyson burning into the bag.
Excellent play by Gorzelani. Ball bounced so high it bought Dyson some more time to get those wheels churning down the line. Gorzelani knows he's got to get rid of this ball very quickly, but no panic. Did John Wooden say, be quick but don't hurry?
Boy, that is impressive. Not many will get Dyson there. Brings in Perez. Salvador Perez without a hit tonight, intentionally passed in the 7th. That's been his only time on base. Trying to extend an 8-game hitting streak. And Perez ahead 2-0.
I think he's earned a day off tomorrow, huh? Caught all 12 last night. 11 tonight. Last year caught 161 games, including the postseason. 127 so far this year.
Now, since the start of 2013, he has caught by far the most games in the major leagues, more than Yadier Molina, more than Lucroy. The next two closest, and it's a pretty decent margin at that.
You know, it's amazing though, you never see him with a low energy day.
That's true.
He always looks like he's just coming off a day off. Always vocal behind the plate. He'll talk to hitters as much as he talks to his own pitchers. Lively in the clubhouse. A lot of energy.
2 outs for this 3-1 pitch.
And that is how you swing the bat. 2 outs, nobody on base, and a 3-1 count. Actually opened up his stance a little bit and let it fly. I expect to see the same thing here at 3-2. He gets a single, it doesn't do him much good. It will take 2 hits to get him in with the way he runs. He's swinging for extra bases.
And he gets tied up in on the hands. Gorzelani, a 1-2-3, top of the 11th. We go to the home half. It'll be Ian Kinsler, Cabrera, and J.D. Martinez for the Tigers. Tigers and Royals extras once again tonight. They played a dozen innings last night. How far will this one go this evening? As Almonte is out there to work his second straight frame. He's been a one-inning guy each of his first 4 appearances in the big leagues, and this is not an easy task for a 22-year-old who just recently made his big league debut, Kinsler, Cabrera, and J.D. Martinez.
Now, I'm going to flip that also and say it's not an easy task to solve. The guy you don't know much about, but has flashed you already premium stuff. He's been able to throw all 3 pitches, the fastball, the changeup, and the breaking ball for strikes.
Was able to work a pretty quick 1-2-3 bottom of the 10th despite a walk. And then he gets a little knee buckle there on the curve for strike 1. It was Kinsler who was originally ruled safe, and then the call overturned. They would have won the game. Instead, it sent us to the 10th. Kinsler having a hot second half. Batting nearly .350 since the break.
Can you imagine if that play happened in the postseason? The game was over. People were leaving the field. Grounds crew were getting ready to come out and fix the field.
Darth Vader was headed to his car.
Come on back, New York said. Game not over.
Club, left field. Gordon racing after it, and the Tigers win! Kinsler ends up crossing home plate after all to win it for Detroit tonight at 11.
And this time it counts. A major league leader in multiple hit games does it again. This time on the breaking ball from Almonte. Unbelievable job to sink down with his legs and go get this ball one-handed out of the park. That is a great piece of hitting by a great hitter.
Royals' 5th straight 1-run loss, and the Royals slide in September. It now goes to 6-12 as the Tigers have won the series and have a chance for a series sweep tomorrow.
Drama all night long. Why not a Hollywood ending?
Well, big thanks to all who made it possible to hear from Detroit. The Tigers win it. We'll send you out to Joe Davis in Pasadena, BYU, and UCLA. Good night from Detroit.